Greetings, my excellent friends. Damn it, Binary Run. So close and yet not quite there. It is Disco Elysium night, I believe the fourth Disco Elysium stream. As I recall, we left off having convinced an elderly war veteran to give us one of his medals by the sheer power of our own bullshit, and then we doubled down on that bullshit by opening a container in the harbour that happened to have a billionaire in it, and now we're talking to him. We will be going back to the dark depths of the bookshop, the doomed commercial area. But first thing we will be doing is asking a man for his money. Also, Guan, I've actually remembered the thing that I said you should remind me of. For some reason I associate it with you. I need to put the tie on before I do anything else. So we will see to that. Where is Disco Elysium? Here it is. We've also got our overlay back, so you can check my quest list and my stats, and you can respond to votes if you so desire. But yes, we will ask mega rich light bending guy for money. The War Veterans Medal is unfortunately in the tie slot, so we cannot do both. And the War Veterans Medal, even if it talks to us, which I doubt it does, can't possibly be as interesting as the tie. God, this looks weird with the light bending effect. Like, my actual body is silhouetted here, and you can see the colours that should be attached to me are bent. I don't believe it does. I've never heard anything about it, so... At some point we also have to read the Cockatoo book. Game bug. The light? No, the light, this is quite deliberate. This is a feature of this man. This man here is the mega rich light bending guy. And the idea is that he is so rich that he has broken the laws of physics. They actually went into a more detailed explanation. It's because we're so poor. Basically, if someone incredibly poor meets someone incredibly rich, they have difficulty seeing them properly. Our partner Kim doesn't see anything wrong with this room at all, and neither does the rich man himself. But to us, everything is broken because of money.
Welcome back, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
You're a rich investor, right? Can I have some money?
Could you please stop asking everyone for money? It does not reflect well on the RCM, and to be perfectly frank, we can't afford to look worse than we already do.
But Kim, I also can't afford to look any better than I do now. That's why I need the money.
It's perfectly alright. Based on your appearance, I can tell I'm dealing with a smart man. As you may know, us high-net-worth individuals do not have a lot of cash on hand. Investments and liquidity are enemies of one another. I think I only have coins for coffee machines.
Okay.
Here is 3 real. How much can you get for this?
Wow. Thanks. Unbelievable. You managed to meet a man who's so rich light literally bends around him, and all you can get out of him is 3 real? What's wrong with you? You sure you don't have any more? I thought you were a billionaire.
Yes, I'm sure. You know,
His eyes narrow. The light seems to bend more aggressively. Also, I've forgotten to... Yeah, every time I bloody start this game, I have to reconfigure the extension. I can't just turn it on in Twitch. I also have to tell the game to work with it again with a new code. And it's difficult to remember to do. So once we finish this conversation, I'm going to have to go back to the menu in order to get this set.
Maybe you can make that money grow. Come up with an investment plan. How's that sound?
I think, Binary Run, that if I make any changes, it won't register. What you're seeing is a frozen snapshot of the last time it was connected to the game, which was last Saturday. I don't really have any ideas right now, Mega Rich Lightbending Guy or Merlbug. I guess I could put the money into Dogecoin, but I don't know if that exists in this universe. These ultra-liberal types love losing huge sums of money on ludicrous proposals. Ergo, you should come up with a plan that's totally dead in the water. This is actually funny. I already know the trick to this, and I can't really fake it.
I never affiliate with anyone who isn't prepared to drown me in money.
For the Dogecoin.
Thanks, Spexus. I'm out of Dogecoin now. I'm out of Dogecoin. +1 will not help. No, but it doesn't matter. Because here's the trick. This is the same check, but it's backwards. At 3% chance on both of them, this is actually good, because I get to choose which one I want. I just pick the opposite of the one that I wish to get. If you present a sound investment plan and you fail, then you give him a shit plan. If you present an investment plan that's going to fail and you fail that, then you give him a good one. So the question is, do we give him a good plan or a shit one? And I can't remember. I can't remember which is the one that actually wants. I kind of want to hit fail though, because I love the idea of failing at failing and succeeding. So I'm going to go with present an investment plan that is sure to fail with my 3% chance. I think I can back out and save and come back, but considering we saved before, like, it doesn't really matter. Plus, I don't think I'll save scum this. I'm pretty sure that one of these options gives you money and one of these options doesn't work, but I can't remember whether the suggestion's correct and he actually goes for dead in the water plans or whether he goes for solid real ones. But let's fail at failing, because I find that hilarious. They're both godly checks, so here we are. Congratulations! You've somehow managed to fail at failing, which means, in a strange way, that you've succeeded. The other reason I picked this is because I think because those checks are so hard. See, if my suggestion wasn't good enough, I wouldn't have unlocked this backwards option. So I'm gonna go with the backwards option and fail it. Actually, that doesn't sound right, does it? Maybe I picked wrong. But yeah, this is the equivalent of passing the good plan check. You should invest in a youth center, or you should make your money work for you. Let's go with that second one, because that sounds wankier.
Intriguing. Go on.
Some people say that money can't buy happiness, but those people, they just didn't have enough money.
I think I follow you. You're saying I should invest in exotic financial derivatives, or maybe some kind of real estate play.
I'm saying it's fun to ride the lion until it's time to get off.
But what do you say to those who claim that the assets underlying those derivatives are overvalued? Does that pose a systemic risk to the wider capital markets?
You're in deep now. Don't lose your nerve. You can do this. Look, man, markets are always going like this. Money literally makes the world go round. I hope this isn't turning me capitalist. Damn! I said an ultra-liberal thing! Ah! My 30,000 was so good. Ah well. It's worth it for this guy. Money, literally... I don't actually think you could do this without saying cap... Because literally it's all capitalist. Markets do this. They're like dolphins, I guess.
Yes, yes, but the question is, how do we take advantage of those fluctuations?
A wise man once told me that money is all about trust. The man pauses, considering your words. The light bends and swims around his face. You cannot tell what he's thinking.
Trust. Yes.
Who'd have thought you'd remember that nugget of wisdom after nearly frying your brain like you have?
Such a simple truth, yet so easily forgotten. What is money anyway? But an idea in our heads we all trust one another to believe in. I'm very impressed. You have a deep understanding of the world that few men ever attain.
I know.
I don't normally do this without a formal pitch deck, but to hell with it. What's the point of being rich if you have to follow all the rules?
I kind of want to clip that as my tier 3 notification. What's the point of being rich if you have to follow all the rules? I don't know.
Here's the round of seed funding. This should be enough to prove out the concept and get things off the ground.
I'm pretty sure this right here is the most money you can ever make in this game. He either gives you 100 real or he gives you nothing. Well, I mean, there's the 3 as well, but this is what I wanted. This is what I wanted. I already knew it was coming, so I can't do the whole streamer reaction thing, but this lets me buy all of the random shit that I want from Sealing or from the bookshop or whatever. I'm not going to do that immediately. That's true, Binary Rum, but do we need to? But yeah. I think my favorite thing about doing this at the very beginning of a stream is that a whole bunch of people are going to come in later and wonder how I got the cash. I don't know, it just fell out of the sky. Cha-ching! What'll it be? Speed? Vodka? Cigarettes? Wait, why isn't the Thai talking? No, Thai, talk! Why didn't my Thai talk? That's weird. Well. It's to test me. Bratan! Now's your chance to take some time off! Spend it with your good buddy and get absolutely wrecked in the process! Like that? Is that what you want? Drugs do go well with money, I agree. Nothing less than total annihilation will suffice! Actually, I'm not so sure about that. The lieutenant looks at you with horror. You've been mumbling to your necktie in a daze for several minutes.
Ah, yes. Now you're displaying it. The eccentricity that becomes a wealthy individual.
If the money saint's visage weren't wrapped in physics-defying light, you would see his approval. Thank you for placing your unwavering trust in me.
Remember, it's not a handout. It's an investment, and I expect to see returns.
You are never going to see me again, mate. The lieutenant stands there dumbfounded. His mouth opens slightly and then closes again. Kim, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. Can we get going now?
I can't believe he fucking did it.
Now, was there anything else I could help you gentlemen with?
Nah. So what's our actual... we can't actually see our money when we're next to him. So I have to come out here to actually see what it comes down to. But I think I'm at 130 or 120. 125. So I'll still have... Because I already had enough. I swear some things are different here. Quick save's different, I think. Yeah, I need to fix the Twitch integration. I don't actually have to log out. Let me just throw up the BRB screen while I enter this in. Okay. No, I don't. I don't know how you. I don't know how the person who bought the street lamp, saved up enough to buy the street lamp. I'm stunned by it. I don't know how it happened. I don't. Maybe they cheated. I don't know. Anyway, let's quickly check in with Everard because we did speak to Joyce.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before they're aching to get back. And lots of folk really did keep coming back.
I have some questions for you, if that's not too much trouble.
No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. It's like that old saying goes, wisdom withers if not shared. And old Leo is always up for sharing.
Okay, I'm off. I like Leo. I don't know that I'd like having a Leo in my actual life, but I like Leo.
Mr. Dubois, every worker
Is an organ in the great state organism of war. Fucking hell. A member of the board?
That's right, Mr. Dubois. I see the socialist democratic fervour now burns in your heart, too. How can I help you today?
Oh, we opened his door as well. We got lots of stuff to do with Everard. I'm told that your union is involved in the local drug trade, Everard.
What? Harry, how could you say that to me? You know I appreciate a joke as much as any jolly fat guy, but I can't take slander. Are you actually investigating this?
Oh god, no, binary run. The reaction appears to be sincere, but it's impossible to tell with this guy, honestly. I am. I'm police. I'm supposed to.
You've hurt me, Harry. Me, a friend. But you know what?
He perks up. And gets over it in 2 seconds? Seems like it didn't really hurt him.
I trust you, like I trust all my friends. And I know you'll never talk to me about this again, because you don't want to wound me. So do what you want, and let's change the subject.
He's hiding his real reaction beneath courtesy.
Thank you for your understanding. We will continue to do what we must.
Because we can.
You too, Lieutenant. You know, I like you, but you never were my favorite. I'm a Harry guy. I'm Team Harry.
None taken.
Mm-hmm.
Did we have anything else to do here, Harry?
Remember the container I asked you about? Turns out there's a mega-rich light-bending guy inside. Yeah, I saw that. Something about having a third portal that travels you through time. I don't know if it has a story, but apparently it's good.
Mega rich light bending guy? Oh my god. How did that get in there?
Slime like him must have oozed in through the cracks.
Damn it to hell, Harry. I specifically told my guys to check all the containers for mega rich light bending guys.
I think he wants to take down the proletariat, Everard.
Honestly, Harry, we might be moving all kinds of suspicious things through this harbour, but I won't be caught transporting the light-bending mega-rich. I have a reputation to protect.
Yes, for God's sake, you're a socialist.
You're right, Harry. I am a socialist. I'm going to catch the mega-rich guy inside the container and harvest his energy to power the harbour's fog lights.
Righto, then.
I shudder to think what you're going to tell me next, Harry.
Not for 1 second did he believe that there is an actual mega-rich person somewhere in his container town. I did it, Everard. I turned it off.
What?
The big man looks at you, confused. The shady brew. You told me to make it even shadier. I didn't. It had alcohol in it. Now there's no alcohol.
Did I? Well done then, Harry. I like not knowing about it, and I'm sure you made the right call. I spend the whole day delegating tasks, and it's a great relief to see people taking initiative. I don't even want to know what all of that means. Brew, shady, alcohol, turned off. I'm gonna let the world surprise me.
I met Joyce, the company representative.
Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. I hope you're getting along. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just pals here.
Just pals, huh?
We're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you can't cooperate with her because you and I are such good friends and I helped you get the body down. And I'm helping you find your gun. I'm not a jealous guy.
Whoa, that's so nice of him. Suspiciously nice. Are you sure? I find it a little odd.
I'm just a nice guy, Harry. I wouldn't be where I am now if I wasn't nice. Politics is all about emotions, and I want you to have positive emotions when you think of me.
Okay then, positive emotions it is. You like positive emotions. I told Joyce that I met you.
It's perfectly okay. Even if you've told her everything we've talked about, it's absolutely fine.
So what you're saying is, you want me to tell her everything that you're talking about. Joyce kind of wants us to talk to Everard too. You know, I'm getting the feeling we're being used as a bit of a go-between here. What happened to the previous negotiator, Mr. Gaumont? The one that you apparently called a, uncharitable term for small person.
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go.
He made concessions for the company in previous negotiations. Why would you let an ally like that go?
He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left.
Everard, you're on record as calling him a midget.
Harry, I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this? Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals.
It's hard to say if he's really lost his temper or if this is another one of his tricks. This man almost never angers visibly. Joyce said the previous union leader vanished under suspicious circumstances before you and your brother took charge.
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting.
Speaking of Everard's brother, does anybody else notice what I'm noticing here? Guan, do you see the thing? I don't know that Binary or Sam were, like, around to get what I'm getting at here, but you were. Yeah, what? But Edgar is the one with the what? They say that Everard Clare and Edgar Clare look exactly the same, except that Edgar has a lazy eye. And look at that! I kind of want to walk... But does his profile always look like that? Or do you come in here sometimes and talk to him and that eye faces straight? Because that's the kind of miserably tiny detail that I can picture this studio going with. I don't know. I just googled Everard Clare, but all I'm seeing is the picture with the lazy eye, so maybe it's always the same. But God, that would be good if it just odd, like on every even day it looked like this, and on every odd day it wasn't lazy. Damn. Perception. Yeah, well, we're not going to get any of those in this playthrough.
Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over.
Oh boy, I certainly believe that, Everard. Yeah, that's a hell of a convincing story. Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce. Yeah, Joyce didn't mention a casserole.
Harry! Harry, Harry, Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it was a rabbit stew, or a hairdryer, or an iron. The point is, her heart wasn't in it. Mine was.
That much is true. His heart truly is in it, though you wouldn't think so by looking at him. Everard, Joyce seems to think the Union is lowballing her.
Yes, yes. Low-balling, of course. This isn't a casino, Harry. Real people, real livelihoods are at stake here. But everything's a casino for those rich types.
His expression makes it clear this is childish and irresponsible behaviour. Why haven't you let her in to see you?
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a bad negotiator.
He doesn't want to see her, it's as simple as that. Yeah, no, I feel like she is seeing him. Through us. Let's talk about something else.
Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. It's perfectly okay to share anything we discuss here with this Joyce. This is a completely transparent organization. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this is secret. Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her about everything. Everard doesn't mind.
What about Edgar? This is weird. Not nice weird, but okay. I opened that door you asked me to. Can we discuss the murder now?
I'm very glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you?
I can't remember. Did we go in? I don't think we did. He's trying to figure out if you're lying. There is no way to sway this man in any direction. He is unsuggestible and unswayable. Just tell the truth. I think I was gonna go in, but then I forgot. I think I got distracted by the guy on the balcony. Because, yeah, no, we didn't go in. That's annoying. I want to see what's in there. Damn it. Well, I didn't go in. Yet.
You're right, Harry. You only had to unlock the door. Which you did. So we're all good here.
Maybe I can go in when I leave here. He was testing you. And you succeeded.
Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good.
He pretends to roll up his sleeves. How do you do that? Well, you just go like this. But you don't actually... You said the lynching and the strike are related. How?
By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps.
What do you mean?
Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire?
Well, when you put it that way. Hey, Timey, how you doing? He performs a motion as if spraying bullets from a machine gun.
I'm talking beasts. Hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramaritsa. You name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant.
Wait, you have a village elephant?
No, Harry, the elephant is metaphorical, and so is the village. But the mercs and their brutality are very real.
Shame. Go on.
Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container.
But wait, they move the container?
Yes. I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. It's actually very fun. You should try it.
Is anybody else kind of disgusted by that? Like, just the ostentatiousness of it. Like, for one thing, I don't know that I buy it. If he can't walk, that's fine. It's not like we see him walk, but then again, we barely see anybody walk in this game because everyone sticks to their one position. He's only a little corrupt.
But enough about me and my fun container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them, all hardened commando types.
Enough about me and my fun container. Well, does that sound like underpants to anyone else?
One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out and trees.
Oh, very funny, mate.
By negotiator, you mean Joyce?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers.
Yeah, I imagine it'd be very easy to push you over. Sure.
We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill.
An entire neighborhood of killers. Wait, the whole neighborhood is in on it?
Potentially, Harry, potentially. We got arm wrestling champions, rowing club people, ex-coal miners, tough guys, all ready to spring into action for their home base.
Who exactly did the pushing?
There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smoothly. They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow.
So these idealists killed our victim?
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land."
And he definitely said it in those exact words, because that certainly sounds like how Titus talks.
He probably worded it differently.
Oh.
But that was the idea.
Right.
Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them.
Lawyer girl. Is that a whole word now, is it? Lawyer girl. I think we just call them lawyers, actually. I don't know that we need the sexist diminutive added on. How do you know the mercs were hired by the shipping company?
How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
So you believe
Your
the
gates.
scabs were organized by the security contractor?
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes.
That's true. The scab leader does look rather suspicious. You mentioned a lawyer girl.
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal.
Tell me about Titus Hardy and his crew.
Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members, always working to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement. Core members. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Gotta love his initiative.
Interesting. Who's second in command?
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best interests of Martinez and Revachol in mind.
Everard is, like, just fucking studied and practiced at ignoring Kim.
Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women, and some order on the streets.
Separate one from the herd. So let me ask you this. Which one of the Hardy's boys is your least favourite?
Oh, that would definitely be Fat Angus. His feet smell from a city block away, and he's always having noisy stomach troubles. Horrible, revolting guy.
So let's say something happens to Fat Angus. Let's say a citizen's arrest.
You would die, Harry.
Oh.
You would die, and in the process start a bloody and completely unnecessary war between the Debarders Union and the Citizens Militia.
Shit, Everard, tell us how you really feel.
Angus, his ever-growling stomach, and his smelly feet are all part of the Union. You have as much right to arrest him as I have to arrest your partner here.
He points to the lieutenant.
Actually, less. Because this is my hometown, my territory, and my backyard. You are a guest here, Harry. Please remember that. Oh, Harry. This is getting real grim, and there's no need for that. We are friends.
He sits back, looks you in the eye with a wide smile. I met the Hardys. Can you, I don't know, ask them to cooperate with me? They're not very nice.
But of course. It's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. I'll do it right after we've concluded this talk.
You can now go and tell Titus about this, see what he has to say.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real.
He holds out a banknote. Wait, why are you giving this to me?
I'm not giving you anything. I'm just holding out 5 real.
With the power of the $100 that I got from the super capitalist, I feel powerful enough to decline this. I don't need the street. It's boring, Binary Run. It's boring. We don't need the street lamp. Also, we can't get it. It's 600 real more. It's not going to happen. I don't need it. I just want you to help me with the Hardy Boys.
Oh, I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. But I'm willing to share information. Was there anything else?
Ah, yes. It was. Here's 5 real. Oh, I'm not giving this to you. I'm just showing you. Look, it's 5 real. Ooh, you took it. That's strange. Good talk. Let's conclude for now.
Was it a good talk? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yet.
Yet?
Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
Look at my psych profile. I've said 33 communist things. If I'm not a man of the left, then Karl Marx is a radical fucking fascist. It's... A man of the left? So you have to be a social democrat? He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats. Yeah, what's that supposed to mean? I'm more left than you are.
You're saying it, but I don't believe you.
Ugh.
You know how it is. Company snitches, agent provocateurs everywhere. I'm barricaded in this fortress of mine, and I need to get a message out. Will you help me?
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you.
Yeah?
You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
Kim, opinion?
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
He studies Everard. But, he thinks, it's your call.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm going to hand you the keys to Martinez, and maybe even help you figure out who's behind this killing.
What are the signatures for?
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martinez.
Oh, that sounds nice.
It will be righteous.
Oh.
We're going to get those teenagers off drugs and on roller skates.
Roller skating. Not drugs, Harry. You like this.
There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry.
Where is this place exactly?
On the coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little village they're calling it. A gloomy place. You'll find it. I trust your detective skills, Harry.
Right. Water drips from the eaves. A woman looks at her freshly tarred skiff. There's a pair of cavalry boots under the fish in the box, and the wind howls like a vicious serpent. What will happen to the current occupants?
They are just going to have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre, designed by the best architects from Stella Marie.
6 whole months of construction noise, huh? That doesn't sound great, but sure, I can ask them.
You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. Here.
He hands you an open white envelope.
You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I hear there is some trouble with the waterlock, but they should fix it by Wednesday morning.
So I've heard.
Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then I'll know you're a solid socialist.
Runs his fingers through his thin hair. Hi, Topaz. I made $100 from a capitalist.
Most certainly, Harry. By all means.
Okay, that's
See you soon, Debardeur. Just kidding, but not too much.
Okay, let's look at this envelope before we commit to anything. Let me also put this back in. I don't need the cigarettes in my hand. Okay. Get 2 signatures for Everard. Let's look at this. A white envelope with a stamp attached to the upper right corner, handed to you by Everard Clare. Inside are some legal documents with 2 names printed on them, Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. Both signatures are required. You take the legal documents out of the envelope, a 12 to 40 month construction period, and the zoning plan in the addendum. The youth centre cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street and the square between the existing houses. It's 3 stories tall. Kim, what do you think of this?
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine. I like the print size. They're not selling or leasing anything. It's not the perfect solution, but...
What can I do for my logic? I can do bugger all for it. And it's lost a point from thoughts. Well, you guys are here and can increase my brain power. I'm going to press the button. You want to increase my intellect if you want this to be easier for me. And you have to decrease something else as well in order to let the vote go through. It temporarily alters my stats for 30 seconds, which is nice. It's kind of like a chat-assisted cheat. There we go. 28%. It's a white check, though, and we've got time because we can't even meet these people today. There doesn't seem to be anything of interest here. No fine print. You're smart. You can read. Alright, that's something to maybe remember for later. When we get a bit more logic in our brainy bank. Okay. Finished with the harbour for now. Let's, I swear there was fast travel in this game. Maybe it's between here and here, though. There wasn't in the original version, but... When I loaded my old save to look at this after the update came through, I remember seeing fast travel point unlocked church. So I guess it must be the ones that you can actually see here on the map, the labelled ones. Waterfront, Shacks, Church. So until we get across the canal, we don't get any faster movement, which is a shame, because this area is big enough. seem to keep stopping his run and walking. The controls between what run and walk in this game on the mouse and keyboard are really awkward. Well, with the mouse, that is. You can do it with the keyboard if you WASD with shift held down, but I don't really want to walk like that. This is a point and click. I wish to point and click. How are you doing?
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Do you know anything about the Hardy Boys? I'm going to need to speak to them soon.
Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility. They're sort of like you.
Oh.
Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you.
Thanks.
Jamais vu. Derealization. Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
We now get EXP for every orb we click on. Some people say that you shouldn't click on orbs until you get this thought done. I'm not that precious. I don't want to go to that extent, but you can if you really want to make the most out of every possible drop of EXP in the game.
Right to work! Right to work!
Oh, shut up. Oh, shut up. Hello, racist.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Fuck off, racist. Right. Now back in here. We just started our journey into this back room after we broke this door for no reason. But then we headed back out because we found the ball, or the boule, for the bitter old men. So we've done everything in here, in this gym. Now we head up further. Is there anything else? Yeah, investigate doomed commercial area. We still need to talk to the lorry drivers. I've put that aside. Find the working class husband. Talk more to Joyce. Investigate the smoker on the balcony. Interrogate the Hardys. Fridge the victim's body. That's a definite one that we want to do quick. We can do that tonight. That's why we're going in here. Into this darkness. The hallway is blocked by old window panes and debris. Can't go any further than that. But Kim would like to speak to us.
It's dark.
The lieutenant states the obvious.
And the flashlight works a lot better if you hold it in your hand.
Flashlights go in hand? Stare at your hand uncomprehendingly.
Yes, you might even call it a feature of the universe that you need to hold tools to use them.
That makes no sense at all.
I'm sorry, the fundamental laws of the universe don't seem to agree with you, Detective, but the fact remains that it's too dark to see in here without a flashlight. So come on, we've got work to do. It's dark. And the flashlight works a lot better if you hold it in your hand.
Fair point, yes, totally obvious.
Right. Now let's get to it.
And he'll just keep bothering you until you put the flashlight in your hand. Okay, fine. I will flash some lights. There you bloody well go. And now we can move forward. Wild animals stare at you in the dark, stuffed and mounted. A large demijohn full of strange liquid. Hey, I'll submit to Kim's any day of the week. Airship rotors covered in spiderwebs. They remind you of blades. Money. A naked mannequin torso, a strange yellow color. Blue velvet, soft to the touch, moth-bitten. Skis with Slipstream printed on the laminated top layer. I remember I was quite creeped out the first time I played this and came in here. I'm not, because I already know what awaits in here, but it kind of feels like a horror game at this point, doesn't it? Steel rotor blades bearing a Slipstream logo. Production schedule filament memory. This cube-like crisscross of filaments feels oddly fragile in your hand. Its intricate structure is covered in dust. Silver tape on the side reads, Production Schedule. Note, this filament contains information that can be read using a radio computer. It's one of the technological differences in this fantasy world. Radio computer. Scribbled across a notebook, developers of the most advanced RPG in the universe. Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes like some ancient cave mural. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board. Inspect the drawings. These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins casting wax-based magic, translucent welkins with organs shining under their skin, and even ether welkins hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space. Who are all those creatures? Fantasies of a tortured, feverish mind? You should adopt one of those welkins as your persona. No longer a mere man, but a welkin. One of the welkins, towering above the rest, appears to be different, however. Examine the welkin. This is important. It's Varahamira, a high welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a welkin supremacist. The note says, all non-welkin races will be purged. The Huldur, the Dweorg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them purged. Imagine a world filled only with welkin, green welkin, dread welkin, and the high welkin to rule them all.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little welkin creatures.
One of them is a welkin supremacist.
Mm-hmm. Political commentary. That one has a great beard, too.
He nods at the welkin's facial hair. Why would anyone spend so much time on this?
Some people really like building a world, I think. Even if it's just for a game.
Who are these creatures? Who drew them? Are they real? I have so many questions.
This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real.
Well, this has been educational. Let's move on from the welkins.
Just look at those details. So much effort.
You actually see the racist welkin right there. Inspect the photos. The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees groaning under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried-up riverbeds abandoned in a storm, animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers by boreal Dweorg. Yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden. Albeit dark and cold, this vision also feels cozy in its own way, like eggnog or morphine, a much-needed respite from our own world. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat-death scenario. A desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe." Inspect the schedule. This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily, minime, and GPI span the market-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. Keep reading. What happened? As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
The lieutenant looks at the frigid ice field of nothingness. A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details." Inspect the notes. The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: "Call in, tune out," "Wirral untethered," and "Heat death of the universe." Outside, a cold wind wraps the building in its bosom. Snowflakes in the wind. An old woman passes what the locals call the doomed commercial area. She tries hard not to look at the bookstore windows. It's unwise. This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker, the mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. A diagram for summoning some time-forgotten being? The symbols seem very esoteric. What am I looking at? Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, 123.7, 123.9. Some written notes, too, sparse and cryptic. Radio frequencies for what? Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced. So we're dealing with something medical here? No. Of course. The anatomy of the curse. Perhaps. The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart titled The Game Master Frequency. A note says, "This one can listen in on any station it wants?" Looks like a surveillance program. Wait, who's the Game Master? Someone very important. If it's a game, then who's playing? Whoever decides to call into a call-in station, it looks like.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became.
Why do you say that? The lieutenant leans closer, his finger tracking the maddening rhizome.
The schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
He nods at the calendar on the chalkboard, wiping his marker-stained fingers clean. What else? Nothing. It's just lines on marble, an echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages. Man. Interestingly, that has unlocked the backyard wall check. Okay. God, we got so many checks. There's so many checks! This game is big! Alright, it's fine. Given time, we shall conquer all. This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
A radio computer,
says the lieutenant.
Just sitting here without anyone inside.
He sounds surprised and a bit cautious.
But we are looking for a fridge, and we are pressed for time, so...
On the other hand, it's not that I'm not interested in abandoned radio computers. Do you think I should turn it on?
Maybe the body has stopped decomposing somehow. I don't know. You're in charge of this expedition, officer.
Is the lieutenant a little scared? Just now, when he looked around. Turn on the machine. The machine light... Sometimes my finger twitches and it makes me left-click when I don't want to left-click. It's been happening to me for years. The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open. Press play, nothing happens. Press play again, nothing happens. Press print, nothing happens. Look inside. It's empty like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment. Insert the production schedule. Like a smooth drawer, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking. Press play. A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. Have you stirred the ghost of the doomed commercial area from its rest? Could this be its dismembered heart beginning to flutter? Oh no. It was already glowing and now it's also making a sound? It's probably some alien seolite technology. The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good evening, Fortress Accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
What's the production schedule?
The filament you have inserted into the reader.
Oh, you mean the glowing thing I put inside?
Yes. Is that the production schedule?
Yes.
Good. Please repeat the password.
The what? You should ask her for a hint. A password? I'm really bad at passwords. Can you give me a hint?
No.
Is it my birthday?
Still no.
This is the police. Please open this thing.
I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder Fortress Accident. Without filing a warrant with Lintel, I cannot give you access to this filament.
I'm afraid we are not doing that, unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please repeat the password?
I don't know the password.
Received. I will register this login attempt.
That sounds bad. A login attempt. Something a criminal would do.
Fortress Accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Why did you call me Fortress Accident?
Fortress Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to.
Do you have any other information about this company?
One moment.
You hear her flip through a catalogue before she reads out with studious care.
Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games. That's what the catalogue says.
What's that, this interactive call-in radio game?
Any other questions?
The static drowned her response, but you hear her ask that when the connection finally improves. What are you, a machine? Or are you alive?
Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old and my name is Yvonne.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
Yvonne, my partner tells me that you're here because radio computer guys are all paranoid.
They are merely cautious. It's my job to protect their filaments as a password repeater at the East Insulindian Station.
Okay, but where are you? How did you know where I am?
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian Repeater Station. It's my job to know where you are, Fortress Accident. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radios.
On an island on the River Esperance, a small woman, all skin and bones, sits in a room filled with audio equipment. Thousands of tiny lights are reflected back from her prescription lenses, like stars in the dark.
Now, please tell me if there's anything else I can do, Fortress Accident. Good. Receive, Fortress.
Nope.
Thank you, and goodbye.
The old lady's voice disappears along with the static. Tiles on the cube are still smouldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Does print do anything? No. We'll take it. We'll take the thing. I don't want to leave it in there and not bring it with us. What do you want, Kim?
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace?
It's just a failed business. The only question is, what the hell were they making?
Yes, that is the question.
The lieutenant takes a step back, steepling his hands.
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
How are they planning to do that?
Through call-in stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the Game Master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
His fascination has swept aside other concerns for the moment. He's a little hooked. Has anyone ever done this before?
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Graz, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry. But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. We just don't have the technology.
And this was a role-playing game?
Indeed. Those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with hit death thrown in.
And what do you think happened to the company?
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard.
Wow.
Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but...
The world is cold and lonely. This would keep it company. Let's finish it.
It's too late for that, I'm afraid.
He looks around the derelict room. The pipes howl and a rat crosses the floor.
Okay, let's keep moving.
Oh, that's sad. Nothing new on these, I don't believe. No. The door beckons. Further into the doomed commercial area. Found a gym. We found a game development studio. Kind of. Now. Basement. Money and magnesium. An ice cream maker defrosted and unplugged. We'll skip the fridge for now because the fridge is kind of the star of the show. But there's our fridge. It is a polar bear. The wall collapsed. It is inaccessible now. The flashlight casts a strange shadow. There is a hidden doorway here. Two rusty rifles are hidden above the piping. They look inoperable. Someone has struck some busted guns beneath the ceiling. A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in. Where are we?
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period.
Yeah.
Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache.
Look, there's a hole in the wall.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
You know what? Let's let Kim. Kim, you can have some fun. Go on. Do the looking.
Sure. Okay, here's some more rifles. None of these seem to be working. No!
His hand reaches in, rummaging in the dark.
An old Belmagrave rifle. That's rare to find in such good order. Seems to no longer be functional, but still rare. Here, it's yours, officer. You found this place.
What does this mean? A rifle here?
It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future.
He likes this find. And we have finished another thought.
Anti-Object Task Force. Behold, the Anti-Object Task Force has assembled. God's avenging angel, arrayed against the lower emanations of the Darkened One. Shoe racks, tape recorders, motor carriages, and doors. So many doors. You're not just pounding it all to pieces. You're reforging the universe, from the anvil of the heavens to the worms below. Indulge in it. Be bold. Have an impact on the shape of creation. Out of the furnace of your rage. A new reality. Also, you should trash your room again.
This is an incredibly melodramatic way to say, man likes to beat up inanimate objects, but sure. Attacking physical objects will now heal my damage. My pain threshold has gone up, and my physique learning caps, which were already way bigger than I ever needed them to be, are now even higher. But the main reason to go for this is the attacking things heals damage, because it's funny. I am now an anti-object task force, and I actually have a plus. So far, all my thoughts have done for my stats is fucking debuff me. -1 to logic, -1 to viscalc, and then -2 to authority. So I've actually gotten an increase out of the thought cabinet, so that's nice. And we have our antique Velmagrav rifle, which is worth nearly 4 real. It isn't actually usable as a gun, but we have it. Ain't that nice? And that's a pretty decent thought, is it? You like the idea of randomly beating the shit out of objects? Okay, sure. Intercom wires run into the breaker box. There is an insane mesh tank top, which increases our drama. Where did you even get that one? No, really, who put it in that drawer? No further comments. Wear this at your own risk. +1 drama, clinically insane. 2 cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads off into the darkness, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby. Rip the red one out. Look how giant and red and inviting it is. Don't rip the red one out. You'll awaken the ghost. Let's not for now. I can't remember what that does. I think the red one is for the fridge, though, so let's not do that, yeah? You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing red. This ice bear is a hyper-carnivore. Be careful. Crack open the door. A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun. Relax, Kim. It's the fridge, remember?
Of course. A giant ice bear-shaped fridge.
He relaxes his hand, his face bathed in the harsh light of the open fridge door.
Just what we were looking for. Let's see what's inside.
Okay. The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge. Take the note. You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets that were keeping it on the door. Examine one of the ice cream wrappers in there. A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. Looks nothing like the fridge. What is a giant bear-shaped fridge doing in an abandoned cellar in the first place?
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
The lieutenant reaches for one of the wrappers. He studies it in the light. Somewhere in the past, it's summer. 5-year-old Fifette lets go of her mother's hand, change jingling in her pockets, as she hops towards the ice cream stand right across the plaza. Jesser Q or Jesserk, thank you for the follow there. So they tried to sell ice cream from this hyper-carnivore.
I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The lieutenant points at the red snaky cable running from the fridge. The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic. Right, so we don't undo the red plug because we put the body in there. This is clearly the fridge. It looks big enough for 2 corpses.
It's certainly an eccentric choice, but it is capacious and cold enough, too. Shall we go and get the body, then? I'll take the head, you take the feet. The stairs won't be easy, but we'll manage.
The 2 of you? Easily. Okay, let's do this. Clap your hands. If you're fridging a corpse, clap your hands. If you're fridging a corpse, clap your hands. If you're stuffing a body in a fridge before it decomposes, if you're fridging a corpse, clap your hands. The body is heavier than you expected. And stinkier. It takes half an hour to get it down to the basement, then 10 more minutes to stuff it into the fridge. The lieutenant takes a step back to admire your handiwork.
Beautiful. A dead body in a nice bare fridge. This is some of the best police work I've ever done.
You've definitely earned a drink after this. Perhaps even some pagan rites. Yes, we need to celebrate by performing pagan rites. Let's bring out the mead and set it on fire.
I knew you would say that. I knew this would lead to drinking. No, no more. This is paganistic enough, and it does not leave this room.
This isn't police work, Kim. It's art. We're artists, and this was our vision.
If I were an artist, this would certainly not be my vision. I would be much, much more conservative in my work. At least we've stopped the body from decomposing further. Now you can conduct another inspection, under controlled circumstances.
Inside the icy realm of the ice bear fridge, the corpse stands slumped, waiting. Tell me something, dead man. I have a sneaking suspicion that makes me very sad. I think this game is updated, and I think they have changed the parameters of the psychological voiceover mode, and I think the Thai is quiet now. Because this guy used to talk as well, but he just didn't. I think that they've deleted all of the voice acting for this mode that isn't a character, as opposed to things that you're imagining. And I don't know that the Thai is worth bringing the narrator in full force. I really, really don't think that's worth it. So we might not get to hear the horrific Necktie's excellent voice acting anymore, just because they've made a terrible mistake in their update. How do you like it in the fridge?
I like it a lot, brother. This really is your finest hour. You're a genius, a regular Copolangelo.
At the autopsy, you said you have ancient mysteries.
Oh yes, Cobo mi Lobo. In the gift horse's mouth, tracts and wakes and waterways, ancient materials buried.
Yeah, but to where, brother?
Just a small gulp away, my beloved Cobo. A small gulp away.
And yeah, we talked to the hanged man using our imagination in our first run, South Robin. 58%. We have 5 buffs. I am not going to save Scummit. If I fail, I will use a skill point to try again. But what I will attempt to do is get a chat-induced buff, if you guys would not mind helping me. Increase my motorics in the bottom right corner. Decrease whatever you wish, and then hit vote. If enough of you vote to increase my motorics, then I will have an even better chance at getting this done. And I do think it's a good idea to get done. 72%. It better be enough. Please! I was really worried there. Very good. This is good. This is a good little piece of the game. Watch closely if you're not paying full attention. I quite like this. Your arm reaches out and your eyes close, as if by their own volition. It's dark all around. You feel cold, dead flesh through the latex glove. It's right under the palm of your hand. What is this? Oh, maybe don't listen closely if you're, like, grossed out, because we are handling a dead body. But still. His face. His cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. His neck, his back. No. Like a rubber spider, your gloved hand crawls on his features. Everything is silent all around. Crawl up his nostrils. They are swollen shut. You need to really push to get in. Push your fingers in his nose. Only the little one fits. The flesh changes shape as you bore in, searching for something in the cartilage. The thing you're looking for. It's not there. Crawl out, spider. Squeeze his nose. You pick it between your fingers. The mass is even larger than your nose. Very porous somehow, like it's about to pop. Keep crawling, lest you break it. Put your fingers in his mouth. The oral cavity is cold and moist. A bowl-like tongue attaches itself to the base of the mouth, lolling around like a scallop. You're on the right track. Play with it, this feels right. The tongue moves freely in the cavity. The mucus of the mouth is slippery, fragile even through the latex. From the soft meat, teeth are budding, hard pearls of bone in the gums. And in the back of the mouth, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Can you feel it? You're so close. Rip his jaws open now. Look in. Open your eyes. Look into his mouth and see. Vision of black and dark. Red death pried open by your hands and studded with teeth. Looks like he's laughing. Death fumes rising from his throat, and there in the back of his mouth, right in the soft palate, you see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen shut, almost vanished, no larger than 0.4 cm in radius. The edges appear darkened. Fuck yeah.
Mm-hmm. Keep going.
Touch it with your finger. Gently. A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound. Put your finger in. Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage, wide enough for 2 fingers. As you push both in, you reach through his mouth. Right into his brainstem. Brainstem? Yes. That's what this part is called. You've seen the drawings. You've studied them. Feel around. The basal ganglia feels clumpy. What entered here has torn apart his reptilian complex. The funk soul brother at the back of his head has gone dark. Forever. I guess you could say he's checked out now. Push deeper. Your yellow fingers slide into the remains of his limbic system. There is no resistance. It's gelatinous. The slug-like structures are damaged, too. The tearing extends deep into both hemispheres. The ululations of the limbic system have ended. All is quiet. There's a cavity, cut right between the hemispheres. The lieutenant answers with the sound of pen on paper. Push deeper. Your fingers are all the way in now, reaching towards the inside of his skull. The cavity goes deeper, but the entry wound isn't wide enough for the rest of your hand to follow. All the muscles in your body harden. Time to enter him. Okay, physical instrument. We're gonna need to just take a sidebar here and have a phrasing discussion. We are currently reaching into the brain meats of a dead man. We do not need sexual innuendo while we're doing that. That is horrifying. You suck. We can wriggle in, or we can punch a hole through his mouth. Let's be delicate here. Your fingers reach toward his skull. His cerebral cortex feels like jelly. Cold jelly. Strange fluid streams down your wrist as you push deeper. Until you feel it on the tip of your finger. Ice cold, serrated metal. Its edges cut right through the latex and into your finger. The pain is barely noticeable under the adrenaline rush. I feel a solid object right under the skull.
Can you get to it?
He searches his pockets for something. Inspect it first. There is a tiny crack, a protrusion in the cranium, right in the back of his head. Your finger must be pointing straight at it. From the inside.
We have the makings of a very small exit wound here.
That's a higher check percentage than what we usually win, but this is Disco Elysium. There ain't no such thing as a sure thing. 83% still leaves, what, 18? 17% chance of sad man. So let's see if y'all can help me again. Interfacing, that's Motorix, same as last time. You want to up my bottom right? If you are kind enough. And mind you, you can't use this to fuck with me because it only lasts 30 seconds. So if you ever decide to lower what I'm going for, I'm just gonna wait the 30 seconds and then do it after the debuff's gone. So it won't do what you want. 92. 8% chance of tears. Roll the damn dice. You pick the object between your index and middle finger. Feels sharp, like metal. You press your teeth together, your jaws clenched. All you need to do is just... I got it.
Good, good.
Don't tell him that, Gornbush. The fridge in the background buzzes with excitement. Slowly pull your fingers out. The inside of the head feels cold and smooth like a glove as you pull out, sweat dripping down your brow. Careful not to lose the prize between your fingers. With a plop, your hand emerges from the mouth. The garden glove is covered in blood, right up to the wrist. Between your fingers, a small flower, a blossom made of lead.
A bullet.
The lieutenant puts a small bag marked evidence under it. Drop it in. The bullet falls in the bag, leaving a smattering of blood on the plastic. He raises the bag under his eyes and says,
A non-caliber. Rifled. Some kind of brittle alloy. Fractured on impact.
Can I have it?
Of course. You deserve it.
The lieutenant drops the bag in your hand. It feels light.
We need to add an item to the injury list.
Yeah.
Injury number 4. Oval entry wound with an abrasion collar. Soft palate, back of mouth. High velocity. Temporary cavity in brain tissue. Small exit wound on the occiput. How does that sound?
Sounds about right.
Opinion, fatal injury.
Goddamn right.
And one last thing. We can now fill in injury number 3. Ligament mark. Opinion, non-fatal. Post-mortem. Treatment.
The ligament mark, the fractured hyoid bone, it was all treatment.
Yes, and the belt around his neck. The hanging. Even dragging him to the yard. All of it was done after this man was already dead.
Dead. Dabadoop-doop.
Dead.
I agree.
I have had my doubts for a while now. Since I saw there were no signs of struggle on his hands. And no claw marks on his neck. There have been other signs too. Small things. We were right not to assign hanging as cause of death, as the perpetrators expected we would. No such luck for them.
Secret task complete. Find the bullet before you get fooled. It's good to come to your discussion with the Hardy Boys armed with this knowledge. Who would do this?
That's for us to find out. But this, it will make finding them just a little easier.
Why would anyone do this?
To hide something. The real killer? The real motivation? What really happened here?
I think I need to wash myself.
Oh, you really, really do. I am glad to hear you say that. Your room in the Whirling in Rags should come with a bathroom. Be sure to make use of it in the evening.
Maybe the bullet holds more answers.
Yes, we should take a closer look at it. I am certain it has more to tell us.
This little thing could reveal much about the weapon that shot it. What happens next?
We bag the corpse and carry him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can transport him to processing myself, but I will be gone for the rest of the day.
You'll be gone. What should I do in the meanwhile?
Work on the case. Tend to personal matters. Try not to do anything too dangerous. An officer needs backup in a neighborhood like this. I'll leave that choice to you. And one more thing. Great work, detective.
Well, we're not bagging him yet. We can still use Kim for a little while longer. We have our fractured bullet. We also have the handwritten note from the fridge. A handwritten note you found from the giant ice bear fridge. It still bears some marks from the fruit-shaped kitchen magnets that we used to secure it to the refrigerator door. We're also getting more and more skill points. And we found that bullet. Blurp, 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 blurp. That's my bullet-finding trumpet. Don't judge me. Okay, note. The note is written with blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
The lieutenant leans closer to read the crumpled note over your shoulder. This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active. Read. Someone has scribbled S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home ASAP. It is important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care. Sudislaw. I wonder who wrote that note.
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here.
Maybe they had to leave in a hurry.
That's a plausible hypothesis.
Remind me again, what's a filament memory?
It belongs inside a radio computer, storing its memory. It's like a tape. You listen to disco tapes, right? It's like one of your disco tapes, only for a computer.
It's like the production schedule you found, only this one's an off-site copy. Gee, who's the illiterate ginger kid?
Really? You don't have a single guess?
No, not at all.
I'm placing my bets on a certain red-hat miscreant we met before.
Oh.
It probably tried to pawn it for speed, based on our encounter.
Do you have any idea where the frozen ice cream maker could be?
I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the ice bear fridge.
Didn't you see one? Right next to the breaker box. Maybe. And then we have the fractured bullet. It mushroomed out on impact. It now looks more like a fanciful jacket button than something that could pierce skin, flesh, and bone. The bullet is safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp. Kim has filled out the label on the bag with the item number, case number, date, and location the bullet was found. Besides his orderly handwriting, the bullet looks especially sad, like a tiny, shriveled head of cauliflower. What do I do with you, Bullet?
What?
I said, what do I do with you, Bullet?
Well, if I was the bullet, which I'm not, I would say, find the weapon that shot me.
Good idea.
If we find who owns it, we will have likely found who used it, possibly to kill our victim. In conclusion, the more we know about this bullet of yours, the better.
Feel the bullet through the bag. The squashed bullet has some sharp edges where the jacket has split open. It feels cold, even through the bag. Inspect it closer. The jacket of the bullet is made of yellowish metal. It has blossomed out to reveal a dark grey core. The base of the bullet is close to 5 millimeters in diameter. You can just about make out a few striations near the base of the bullet. Little hairlines, linear. It feels standard. The core is quite destroyed. Some of the fragments are still lodged in the wound.
What can you say about the bullet so far?
Wow, I actually know this. Yes, it's as if you've seen bullets before, officer. It's a jacketed bullet, 5 millimeters in diameter.
A jacketed bullet. Okay. It would have been shot from a military-grade breech-loading rifle, not from a muzzleloader, like those typically found on the streets of Martinez.
Military-grade rifle?
Even the RCM uses ordinary unjacketed conical bullets. This is strange. Very strange. I like this, officer. Strange means unique. Unique means incriminating. We need to find the gun that shot it.
Something tells you that won't be anytime soon. This will have to be one of those epic tasks that's open for a while. Legendary hand-eye cord check. Try to find determine the type of weapon that shot this. I've got +4 because I got a similar rifle on hand. And I've got another one for knowing its name. Alright. Once again, Motorix. I'm flying by the seat of my pants with these Motorix checks. I'm supposed to be bad at them, but we've managed to set it up so that I have a good chance with these. If anybody wants to boost me again. Alright. A rifle. Revolutionary period. Your bullet looks to be an old 4.46mm from the surplus left over from the turn of the century. Probably an antique, or a retrofitted antique. Me? The 4.46 caliber was widely used with the Belmagrave rifle, a Revacholian manufacturer. The Belmagrave dominated the battlefields of the Insulindian theatre of the Ancentennial Revolution 50 years ago. Incidentally, you have just such a rifle with you. The dusty old thing you found hidden in the basement below the commercial area, 10 minutes ago. It's unusable, sadly. If it were, the bullet would probably fit the chamber. Is anyone still making these? No. But Zielager, a major firearm manufacturer, ended up with a lot of surplus after the war, so there's still many of these old military rifles floating around, usually broken. The quality was appalling. Who uses Belmagrave rifles these days? Antiques enthusiasts, guerrilla fighters in distant countries, a few lucky jamrock bangers. You're looking for the same thing you found in that hidden weapons cache, just in working order.
What are you thinking? Bullet?
I think I know where this came from.
Okay. And?
Belmagrave.
An antique. That makes sense. There can't be many breech-loading rifles floating around in Martinez, or anywhere in Ravachol, really.
That's probably a good thing.
I have to hand it to the monarchs. It's quite admirable that they took the advice of criminologists last century and banned the use of breech loaders in peacetime. Some new RCM recruits get impatient with their muzzle loaders once they've trained with military-grade weapons, but they realize it's worth it in the end.
Makes you consider every shot. I like it.
Imagine if everyone, cops, citizens, had access to firearms that could shoot multiple rounds without pausing to reload. After the first shot, the second, third, and so on come much easier.
Yeah, Kim, when you put it that way, it sounds like fucking madness, doesn't it? Who would possibly want an entire country's worth of people to have access to that shit? Other than complete fucking morons. I couldn't even begin to wonder.
But back to the investigation.
Yeah. So we're looking for an antiques enthusiast?
Doesn't seem that likely, but we'll check out all possible leads. Next step, finding the gun itself.
Well, Bullet has nothing more to say. It's already thrown away its shot. Locate a working firearm that shoots 4.46. Well, there's one more thing in this basement. What's this? A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, colouring it pitch black. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it is a face of agony. Kim, what is this thing? Is it a furnace?
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney.
He opens the door and gingerly peeks inside.
No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire. Only dead rats.
Smear your hands with coal. A lush layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking into the wrinkles. Your hands look ancient. You feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai, ancient hero of Grad, pulsing through you. All that's left is to cover your face in war paint. Hadramut Karzai! Smear your cheeks black with coal! 3 dangerous stripes appear onto your cheeks, telling stories of your wild soul.
What are you doing?
I am the reincarnation of an ancient Ilmaran warrior!
Please wipe your face clean, officer.
No. Help me, help my psyche. I have a low chance of being able to resist him. Help my psyche. Fix my brain! Yes, that does help. %. Oh, I feel like this is gonna fail. Don't wipe it, don't wipe it, don't wipe it. Roll! Yeah! Get fucked. No, don't get fucked, Kim. We love you. These 3 stripes give you strength in this dangerous realm. It would be foolish to remove them. We're exploring this dark place, and I need the protection my war paint affords.
And this protects you?
This is traditional war paint. It will grant me safe passage with the spirits that guard this place.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
He stubbornly looks away from you and the furnace. Let's test our new thought thing. Kick it with your foot. See, the thought says that I will recover health whenever I hit something, but usually when I hit something without the thought, I take damage. So my question is this. Does it actually replace the damage with healing, or is it merely an equalizer? Oh, sure, you gain a health, but you also lose one because you were going to do that anyway. Kick it with your foot. A hollow ring. Yeah, see, look, fucking, it's bullshit. Bullshit. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Wait, did that go down lower? Did that not heal me? If I do it again, will it hurt more? Doesn't say instead. A hollow ring echoes through the furnace. Your toe hurts. Kick it again. Yeah, it just hurts! Wait. Did that take 2 from me? Is this shit bugged? What the fuck was that? No, I know it took 2 from me binary run because I had 2 and then I just had to fucking spend attacking physical objects. Based on the fact that the other thoughts are actually debuffs, you'd figure this one would be too. I like how you're all just wrong about everything. That doesn't make any sense, Sam. The bonuses from the thought is what it says it is. The others are all debuffs to my skills. But my communism thought gives me EXP for left-wing dialogue options, and that's happening. Superstar has raised these learning caps. That happened. Hobocop gives me the extra money. That happened. The only part that's all debuffs is the skills, just because of the ones that I happen to have picked. My logic goes down from this one. 2 of them go down from communism. That's the counterbalance to the extra EXP. Your authority goes down from caustic echo in exchange for the fact that you get 3 free levels and your motorix caps go up, which is why I might delete this one at a later date once I've taken advantage of what I want from this. It just doesn't make sense. So no. It's. I'm not sure. Maybe if I go kick the mailbox, I'll find out as well whether that kills me. But that took me from 2. I was at 4, and then I went down to 2, and then down to none. When I'm supposed to get... But it said heal. That's what confused me, because it said damaged health, and then it also said healed health. When was my last save? Can I try it again with more health? Well, I mean, I can, but I'd have to spend all of my... Yeah, there's an autosave here. Let's use that. Let's use that. I don't know... that I'll keep it, because it might have undone some stuff from before, but... I just want to science this. Is the body in here? Yes. Maybe it was a good autosave. Did we... Nah, it would have undone my reading of these 2. Either way, let's just science this. Okay, we have 3 health there, actually. Why? I swear we had 4. Kick it. It healed, and then it took 2 from me. But why would it kill me here, unless it doesn't work a second time with the heal? God, they give you a long time to press... Wow! They give you ages to press this button. Way longer than I thought they would. Not only does it hit you for 2, but the healing doesn't fucking matter. Well, it does matter, but the healing should overwrite the damage, not correct it. That's really shit. That's not nearly as good as I thought. Or rather, if it's going to be like that, it should be written like that. It should say that damage that you sustain from attacking it... Well, then for this one, it doesn't quite add up either. Stupid. Look inside the furnace. It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness, you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice, or several voices, talking to each other, near the smoke chamber upstairs.
What are you doing?
The lieutenant asks when he sees you climb halfway inside the furnace. I hear the murderer of the hanged man talking.
Wait, really? We should investigate, see if someone's upstairs.
Those voices I heard. Maybe it's the malignant entity. Plaisance said it lives in a chimney.
You're right. The rooms do look like they're connected. But malignant entities don't exist. At least not the supernatural kind.
Yeah, Kim, you're not that naive. There are plenty of malignant entities out there. Most of them are capitalists. Then what was the chatter you heard? Yell, "Hello!" into the furnace. We get a +1 for the war paint and a +1 for kicking it. Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then... "Hello?" You hear a woman's voice answer. "You've awakened the entity." And it's a woman, of course. The malicious entities are always women. Don't you clip me out of context for that. I am quoting the video game. I am not responsible for the sudden bout of sexism from Half-Light. "I summon the ghost of this doomed commercial area! Now begone, vile succubus!" "Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the 2nd floor. I'll open it." You hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound of a curtain being pulled aside.
After you, officer.
Yeah, well, I suppose we should go pay attention to the woman behind it. All right. Up we go, then. How you doing, Nevermoon? How many times do I have to justify to my audience the way that I play this game? Like, I've said it before. That should have been enough. The game gives you 1,000,000 years to use the medicine items. So you don't heal. Because if you heal, then you're just wasting them. Shoes in a puddle of melting snow. Postcard La Delta 51. Oh. I thought that was 2 things, because it looked like... Oh, that's just the shadow of the cup, but it looked like there were 2 things there. Yeah, but if you do that, Guan, then all I need to do is hit this button and it will go up again, and then when it comes back after the buff wears off, I'll have 2 and you won't be able to do it anymore. So there's no reason to do it ahead of time. You personally don't understand how it's wasted, but you also don't get... Okay. At the end of every night, you get healed to full, and also randomly you can heal damage, right? So if I have 4 charges to heal my health right now, and sure, I'll get more as I go and explore or whatever else. But if I use those, I'm still not full health, no? But I don't have any heals anymore. So if I then take a bunch of damage, I might be in proper danger. The only time you're ever in proper danger is when one of these reads as 0. Not on the bottom, but on the top, because that's your savior buttons. So I need to keep these for when I'm in this situation, specifically. This tray is full of dice, colourful polyhedral dice, hundreds of them. The candy dispenser has been repurposed to contain thousands of dice.
Hello, I'm Nia.
I'm not... No idea, Snip. A bird-like woman sits on a throne of tools with emerald light shining through her hair.
Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Melius.
She taps on her headphones.
So what kind of die are you looking for?
Ripe old age of 80 or 90, peacefully in bed after a long day of eating a wonderful meal and playing video games. Oh, you mean like the roly, numbery thing. Okay. Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade for now. What do you mean by milieus?
Yes, a milieu is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these.
She pats the headphones on the table.
Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking.
You must have confused me with someone else. I haven't knocked on your window.
Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind?
Why are you asking me about dice?
I'm a novelty dice maker.
Oh.
Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
Somehow I'd gotten the impression that you were a novelty dice maker, but I don't know, I feel like I was cheating a bit. As she speaks, her bone-like fingers fiddle with a ring. Her bones light, but her hands strong. Role-playing games. You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count? No, I was looking for something else. Squint your eyes mysteriously. Answers!
Answers? How strange. These days people only come to me for dice and role-playing games. I'm not sure how helpful I'll be, but go ahead and ask.
So, there's a reclusive woman who lives in a chimney, and people approach her for a die. And we're wondering why Plaisance thinks she's a malevolent spirit. This person means you, or no one else, absolutely no harm. She will answer freely and honestly. No falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice maker and doesn't have anything to hide. Ask what you need. How did you become a dice maker?
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there.
Do you like role-playing games yourself?
Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
Where are we anyway? What is this place?
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know.
She looks up at the ruddy bricks that make the walls. Even though they've been repainted, there are still signs of coal-black soot here and there.
But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney! You should ask her about the curse.
Creative.
The lieutenant looks around the spacious room, its ceiling fading into shadows above. I've heard this place is cursed. Did you know that people call it the doomed commercial area?
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true.
Well, I mean, you know, better the DCA than the DMV. Plaisance is the one who sent me. She's convinced that the place is swarming with malicious energies.
Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energies spared her somehow?
Actually, the bookstore isn't doing that well. There's hardly any customers, and she has to exploit her own daughter to keep the company going. Also, she's a bitch.
Oh, right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in rags? Some people say it's part of the building complex.
Wait, the whirling is part of this?
You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East of the Commerce Central project.
I suppose the whirling isn't doing well either. The waitress just took off for reasons unknown, and customers have trouble paying their bills.
And then there is me.
She looks at her messy work table. All kinds of tools lie there, scattered, from knives to carving files to wire cutters.
I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
Crafts can do well if you've got the clientele to sell to. It's because she's in cahoots with the demons! Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse. Plaisance thinks that it's because you're the source of it, a malignant entity.
Malignant entity? What does that even mean? Some kind of sorceress? What about you, officer? Do you think I'm the malignant entity?
The jig is up! The she-demon knows you've uncovered her true identity. Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest. Honestly, I'm still not sure. The world is a... Well, alright, fuck it. You guys can decide. Do we accuse her? Do we back away from curses and mysticism? Or do we remain agnostic in the face of financial ruin and malignant capitalism killing demons? Oh yeah, that really helps me. Thoroughly narrows it down, guys. What were you going to vote for, Svexus? Guan was going to vote for 3. That would push us to 3, but what would Svexus want? Two. So 1 is out. I will tie-break with my patented brand of indecision. Such a puzzling place. So, fuck, don't! Sam, do you mean that, or are you just trying to bring it back to a tie? You're like Bart Simpson with superpowers. I must only use these powers to annoy. You mean it? Damn, even when you don't intend it. Alright.
Is it now? I've always thought it's a rather mundane and boring place with no supernatural surprises in sight. Well, If you ever find a way to explain all those inconsistencies in the curse, let me know.
The biggest supernatural surprise I've seen lately is that they finally cancelled the fucking show. 10 years too late, but nonetheless. That's all she has to say on the subject. She's been thorough and truthful as far as we can see. Plaisance is not going to like what you have to tell her. Do you know what happened to the other tenants? Everyone else is gone.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Rats scuttle in the dark rooms, under the abandoned blow dryers and dusty mannequins. Cobwebs cover rotors and radio computers alike. So much failure. Used to be a hair salon here, right?
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
Oh, are they really? Tell me more. You wouldn't like it either. The others would laugh at you. It's not about the haircut. It's about the confidence. I would never let anyone androgynous touch my hair. Oh my god. What's wrong with a bit of experimenting? The customers should have been more open-minded.
I guess it just wasn't the time yet.
Yeah, fuck you, physical instrument. I'm with composure. What happened to the gym?
It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemiteps Boxing Club, a community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime.
Yeah, maybe that's what Kuno needs. An excuse to punch people in the face.
Kuno? Who's Kuno?
He's a little ginger gremlin who likes to defile dead bodies.
Oh, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth? Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard.
He used to have a better voice, but then puberty happened and he lost it. Actually, that's... Yeah, he does. The new Kuno does sound a bit deeper. It's kind of like he hit puberty and he lost his voice with it. Because he went from, fuck this Kuno care, to, fuck this Kuno care. It's just very disappointing.
I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid.
And who was Amenhotep or whatever?
A kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym, as his way of giving back.
Judging from the kids I've met so far, this didn't really work, did it?
It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
You should have known it.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since.
What's up with the broken windows?
Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right?
Did they have a guy set up that, like, went around breaking people's windows? Just pay them on the side to create the business?
Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff medias. Who would have guessed?
Okay, that's a lot worse than my idea.
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own.
What's a snuff milieu?
It's a sub-rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
Nothing changes in her tone as she says that, as if it's just another piece of information to lay out for the world.
What does she mean to get off on it?
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-roses. This isn't our problem.
Wait. We're sending the insane clown posse to investigate the murder radio plays. What is this timeline?
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators.
Did someone here make stuffed animals? I've seen mounts lying around.
You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs.
But what drugs exactly?
Yeah, I need to know what drugs he was doing for my police report.
He got high on some weird taxidermy chemicals. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone. Eventually, they caused him to lose control of his bladder. The smell was awful.
So he got high on his own supply, then. I've heard that you're not supposed to do that.
Even you can probably do better than that.
I found some creepy mannequins.
There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came.
Insect rights activists? What in the name of...
Mm-hmm. The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection.
But insects don't have any brains or feelings.
Actually, insects do have brains.
Oh.
But yes, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but they're little.
I think the protesters took it a little too far.
As she shifts around, you notice several dead flies on the windowsill in front of her. Legs up, they're not moving.
Anything else?
What's with the rotor blades and the skis?
They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money.
She rests her chin on her hand with an impish smile.
Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is.
What do the transmissions say?
The usual, I imagine. That he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started on them just as soon as he returns.
Her smile widens before she sees the lieutenant's face behind you.
Men like that are a curse.
The lieutenant is stern.
Sure, but Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those skis and blades are still lying around in the house. Not much use now, I guess.
I found a strange machine.
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
She closes her eyes as some remnant of a memory lights up her face. 51 binary run.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wirral. They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules.
Oof, chronic liberals, my. What do you mean? What happened?
The usual. They ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time.
What went wrong?
Well, I did hear them talking at times.
She looks at the hallway, as if she can still hear them chit-chat behind her curtains on a cigarette break.
They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
Oh, like me. She sounds almost mocking when she says that. Alright, do we say that the project looked impressive, or do we say that they were on a gigantic ego trip? Y'all decide if you can vote in time. You got 15 seconds, minus my delay. Wow. Not a poetic bunch we've got here.
That's what I thought. Because when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep up new businesses and so on.
I love the construction of that sentence. When the money ran out, they just began to complain about capitalism. Didn't do any of that when the money was in, but when the money went away, all of a sudden it's capitalism's fault. Which, by the way, I agree with. So don't think I'm necessarily speaking ill of them here. It's just, damn.
In the end, they just didn't get it done.
No.
They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic and to show up to work on time.
Showing up to work on time is hard. No, scratch that. Showing up to work at all is difficult, especially if you've been drinking.
Well, showing up to work on time is incredibly hard.
And so is producing something extraordinary.
Her eyes wander to the shelves full of dye prototypes and discarded
Anything
models.
else?
Yeah! The terrifying taxidermied bear in the cellar.
Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat here.
Take me down to Revachol Ice City where the fridges are bears and the corpses aren't pretty. Oh, won't you take me home? She smiles and leans closer, hands on her knees like a stand-up comedian ready to tell a story. It doesn't make any sense at all. A stand-up comedian wouldn't be leaning with her hands on her knees. A stand-up comedian would be, I don't know, standing up!
The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
Alright, what about their other ideas?
There was really just one. And it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth.
Sorry, I'm just taking a moment to mentally process the wage there. How? Can you imagine making $1 for 5 hours work?
And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Sounds like she really didn't like those girls. You know, I know a girl just like that. She works in Frit as a cashier and she's not particularly friendly. But yeah, what do they expect? 20 cents per hour is dog's pay. I'm surprised they showed up to work at all.
Oh, but they did. They did show up to work, and not alone. There were also acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the ice cream stand. And they already had the bear.
What about the bear?
The bear.
She repeats, pressing thumbs to her temples like trying to suppress a headache. Bear didn't work out?
Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted.
I'd say that whether or not you want your ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator depends on, you know, just how protective you are of your ice cream.
Eventually, Ravachol Ice City lost the price war to its rival, Glace 5000. Glace 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges.
The bear was scary. Every time I saw that bear, I felt scared, like it could become alive any moment now. The bear, the bear, the... Well, there's no maiden fair, I suppose. I guess there were, manning the booth.
The taxidermist who made it said it was his vision beast.
His what?
He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. He called it Megatherion.
Scary. But cool! Megatherion?
Megatherion. A mega wild beast.
What is a mega wild beast?
It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life. By telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
So it's like a spirit animal, but for cocaine.
A wise and noble beast, guiding you towards the land where the streets are paved with drugs!
The horrific necktie tightens around your neck, strangely excited. But it doesn't feel particularly fun this time around. Grab your necktie and mumble, "Not now, you beast.
What?
Do you ever feel like your vision beast is trying to blackmail the fun out of you?
No, officer. I don't have a vision beast. Normal people don't have vision beasts.
Oh.
Only drug-addled madmen like the taxidermist do.
What about horrific neckties? Do normal people have horrific neckties?
Neckties? I guess they do sometimes, officer. But I don't understand how it's relevant to our discussion. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
She seems almost sad, finishing the story. The temperature has dropped in the cover of night. You see frost on the windows.
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps?
No.
Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else? I'm listening. Good.
Okay.
I hope it clarified things a
Murder
bit.
questions. I'd like
What
to
else?
order a die, or the check, why hasn't her business failed? We'll save that for last. What do you know about the man who was lynched?
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
Yeah, but you got a big window here, and I'm pretty sure the area in which the lynching took place is in the direction, so... out with it. The lieutenant looks at his notebook and then at the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard.
Thank you, Kemp.
You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
Thank you to follow Coffeezilla. It's like Godzilla, but full of caffeine. That's terrifying.
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window.
What do you mean by the daily ruckus?
Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard.
She stops to try and come up with an example.
During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike.
She's heard of the murder, but did not see it, sir.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid.
And you never took your eyes off the work to look out the window?
I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness. It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone.
Do you often work Sunday nights?
It's an odd profession, making dice for people, but I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
I see. Thank you for your answers.
Anything else, officer?
I'd like to order a die from you.
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind.
Strangulation. No, actually. There are a lot of choices here. So I'm going to put it as a vote, but don't pick option 7 because that's not one of the choices, really. You're looking for 1 to 6. There's a dice from Wirral Untethered, cursed dice, extraordinary dice, indecision dice, normal boring dice, or dice that will help with detective work. And dice are weird. You order them from her, she takes a while to make them, and then I think what they do is the different dice will unlock different white skill checks that have been locked away. So it's weird and random and not that interesting, but for the sake of the roll of the dice to see which one we get, and there being so many options, I'm going to hit the button now, so you'll be able to vote for any of these. Hopefully we won't get tied, but we probably will because there's way too many options. Go on. I will close my eyes. And I won't open them until the 15 seconds are up. I see 50. Does that mean 2 people voted, or does that mean, like, everyone was very, very, very united? I guess nobody cared about this one. And someone voted for 7, even though I said don't do that. I'm bloody sick of that. Every time I say don't vote for something, someone votes for it. Like, it wasn't funny the first time. I don't really see why you consider it to be funny the 19th. In which case, we will go for the most extraordinary die.
A star that fell from the firmament? Those cost more than 7 real. Are you sure?
Ooh. Normally they cost 7 real. How much is your extraordinary one gonna be? Yes, I'm a star myself, a superstar, and superstars don't care about money.
Yes, you definitely have the proper attitude. How about a pair of 100-sided dice, made of ivory and inlaid with lodestone, a naturally occurring magnet, to complement your magnetic personality? 10 real, and I can get these ready in 8 hours.
Oh, 10 reals, easy. I thought she's gonna ask for 100. But do magnetic dice even roll properly?
It's true. Magnetic dice are definitely different. When rolled together, the magnetic fields of the pips interact with each other to push and pull on each other as they're rolled, just like all magnetic personalities do.
Magnetic pips, huh? Okay then. Well. 10 real. I can take that. It's a deal.
Great. See you in 8 hours then. Was there anything else?
Why hasn't your business failed? We can get a physical boost for this one, because it won't kill me. Increase my physique, lower something else. And I will have a slightly better chance at passing this shivers check. You feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here. Do we start getting naked in the dice maker's chimney? Or do we remain respectful? Well, whoever voted to preserve my dignity has been overruled, I'm afraid. Start taking off your clothes. You need to connect.
Excuse me, what are you doing?
The dice maker stares at you while you start to fuss with your pants.
Officer!
It's part of this special technique I have. No, I'm trying to lower my body temperature.
And why would you do that?
Is it just me or is it hot in here?
No, I don't feel hot. We're in a derelict smokestack. If anything, then it's cold here.
The zipper, it's stuck.
Oh no, not the zipper.
She rolls over to the other end of the table with her chair, looking to grab something from the toolbox. It's part of this special technique I have.
And what technique is that?
She squints at you, a little astonished at what she's hearing. You still haven't gotten your zipper open. Okay, hear me out. Sometimes I get these feelings.
Miss, I apologize for my colleague's behavior. He is still recovering from an unusual medical episode.
Officer, this isn't how mature adults deal with their feelings.
Now you feel something, the cold damp of shame washing over you. No, not like that. It's like I can feel the wind, or, I don't know, the air pressure, and then the air tells me things.
The air pressure told you to take your pants off in my studio?
No, I'm not explaining this very well.
Can you please employ this special technique somewhere else? I work here and my work requires concentration. Half-naked people don't help with that.
No, I suppose they wouldn't. She turns away so that you can zip up your pants again. So that happened.
Yes?
That one's still locked. Right. Now, I don't think I can go back to the bookshop right now. I think because it is past 9 PM, the bookshop is locked, and my only way out of here is to head further forward. But let's just quickly see. The store on the other side is closed for the night. Come back for tomorrow? Guys, the door is open. The door is in 3 separate cracked pieces. Why are you... I understand, like, respectfully not going into the locked bookshop, but why have we got the fiddling with a locked doorknob sound effect playing when the door is literally wide open and smashed to shit? That's a little bit oversighty, if I do say so. Ah, well. But thankfully we're not stuck in here. We could send Kim away with the body now as well. We won't do that just yet, because not everybody's in bed yet. This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying. Phrasing. Like stirring your childhood dreams. Oh, no, never mind. In the distance you hear water dripping. It's all gone now. You never became a poet or an entrepreneur. What better to assuage the creeping sense of failure than some frozen fat and sugar? Crack open the lid. You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you to get a good grip. A pry bar would come handy here. If you want to try again, you need to have a pry bar in your hand, detective. Crack open the lid. Oh my god. Oh yeah, this one's weird. Yeah, pry bar's not actually strong enough. So it's a -20. This is meant to not be opened yet, but we'll try it right now. The ice squeaks beneath the pry bar. You think you've got the bar jammed in there pretty well, but the lid simply won't budge. What is this? You see the pry bar's metal handle bending right before your very eyes.
Yeah, well, that's a good pry bar. I'm not criticizing it, but this ice cream maker is frozen shut. It takes an advanced tool to get it open.
Advanced? Where do we get one?
I have no idea, officer. This ice cream maker isn't important enough to requisition a special tool.
Sooner or later you will stumble upon a tool mighty enough. Then we will know what's in this mysterious ice cream maker. What we can do is unplug the cable.
Why did you do that?
That goes to this, and that will start to thaw it a little. Because it's black, the color of immeasurable cosmos. We will not do the red one, because that's the one with the body in it. That one goes to the fridge. And then we head out these stairs, and... voila! This door is locked if you try to go in there that way. I never bothered. There's also a person out there. I never bothered before. But you can't go through here. You have to go through the bookshop first. Anyway, there's this intercom here which we can click on. An odd call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center. Main hall, Building A. An off-key melody starts playing after you ring the doorbell, and then a woman picks up the receiver.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid game.
She thinks you're the gremlin child. What would he say to this?
Fuck off, pig! I'm Kuno! I don't give a shit! Let me in!
Plaisance, it's me. I'm investigating the doomed commercial area like we discussed. This is the police. Please open the door. Sorry, I was just trying random doorbells. I don't have anything important. I've got to impersonate Kuno.
Fuck off, pig! I'm Kuno!
Pardon? This is not Kuno. Who is this? Please just stop calling here. I don't have time to deal with this. Thank you.
You're not welcome. Let's try again. No answer. Alright, Andro Orlando Hare. Nothing. Just seeing the words Andro Orlando gets your hackles up. Its very existence is a threat to your masculinity, to say nothing of your hair. Artemitep's Boxing for young athletes and gym. Nothing. 24-hour window. Nothing. Emma's Fashion Atelier. Nothing. Fabron's Taxi. Looks like someone melted half the plastic off with a lighter. This one doesn't even work anymore. Slipstream. It sounds as if someone has picked up the receiver but isn't saying anything. Hello? Is anyone there?
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric.
This is a woman's voice, crackling and fragile through the statics.
Have you come to place an order?
Who is this? I've been inside this building, but I didn't see anyone from Tricentennial Electrics. This place is deserted.
My God.
What? The lieutenant exchanges a look with you. Sorry?
It's you. My God. I didn't think I would hear your voice.
It's a woman, and she knows you. Your heart beats faster.
Who cares that you don't remember her? Just go along with it. No, something's wrong here. Are you sure she's talking to you? Yep, it's me. Here I am again, crawling back into your life.
Michelle, just please.
She stops and you can hear her breathe heavily, her breath distorted by ancient static. Sounds like a ghost. Wind blows through your clothes and you feel detached from your surroundings. Inside the building, a cold memory hangs.
Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care.
Hold on, tell me what's going on. What did I do?
Ever since I came to work here, it's been different. As if my mind's been wiped clean.
A spot of static overrides her words. When she speaks again, it sounds like she's submerged.
It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to finally forget.
Forget about what? She sounds like she's about to cry. The cold is deep under your skin, as if you were talking to someone who's 100 years away. Somewhere inside the building, water is flooding the cellar floor. Hello? She doesn't answer. You said it was nice. What's so nice about forgetting? Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves, washing ashore on the bay. What just happened? Another seagull passes by. It's getting cold standing here, staring at the silent coal box.
I don't know what happened either. We should probably stop playing with this thing.
Fuck! You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards in the call box. Now, this is a volition test. I'm actually going to do that at the beginning of day 3, if I remember. Because at the beginning of day 3, my volition will be healed because my morale has hit that. So that'll be when I get the highest highest chances for it. So we'll just leave that for now. Fortress Accident. Nothing. Revachol Ice City. Nothing. Whirling in Rags. Nothing. East Delta Pinball. Entrance from Building B. So that's the same building as the Whirling. Curious. And there's an empty card. This button looks new, but someone removed the name card. Nothing happens when you try to ring it.
This button looks new. I wouldn't be surprised if it hasn't been connected yet. Is it the dice makers?
Maybe. We do not know. So, there was something I wanted to do over here. Firstly, we still don't have an exact count of these boots, so what we could do with the skill points we're saved up is put some into our visual calculus, get slightly better at that, and then try this again. I like that idea, so I'm going to do it. 42% chance. Let's see if you guys can increase my abilities. It's intellect that I would like boosted for Phys Calc. You're going to kill me, I bet. I bet you're going to kill me. You're going to kill me and I'm going to have to increase my health. Yep! Fucking killing me. Damn it. It's alright. It'll go back to 2 now when this heals. Get an exact count. You know, you could have lowered something that wasn't physique. You were able to do it. You had that ability. 58%. Ah, fucking hell. I just took damage for no reason. Wow. Still not doing it. You're bad at this. This seems really important. Tracks on the scene, and I can't read them at all, Lieutenant.
Don't beat yourself down. Neither can I. We'll have another look later.
Okay. But while I'm here, in this whirling backyard, let's take a look at this. An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material Eternite. What is this? It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an old shack. Why am I looking at this pile of roofing material? 28%. Can I do anything for my perception? Nope. Oh, fuck off. Because it's nice and orderly. Well-laid palette, easy on the eyes. No, there's more to this. You get a strange feeling. What feeling? Hard to say. It's gone now. Feelings pass, you see. Especially the small ones. All of this is locked behind that fucking thing. Alright, fine. Kuno, how do you do?
Fuck, does Kuno care?
He doesn't. And we do not have access to this check right now.
Kuno doesn't...
That's alright. Climb up. Damn it. Alright, fine. I want to be able to click over there so my character can just, you know, autonomously walk all the way around, but he can't do it, I guess. Game doesn't give us enough slack for that. We did unlock this wall again, if I recall. Yeesh. In the dimming light, some things are becoming clearer. That is an 18 check, and we have 6, because we have conceptualization 2, and then we have +2, +2. +1 would help now, but it wouldn't help a lot! It would, like, double my chances, but that doesn't mean a lot in the face of as much as we have. I only got 1 skill point in the bag, though, and I want to keep it. Or triple, mate. Never mind. Alright, fine. Fine, do the thing. Give me some intellect. This time I won't have to heal myself off of the physique loss. Not quite triple. Yeah, why? It's a wall. Ordinary wall.
Why must we stop to look at this wall every time we pass by?
I don't know, Kim. Oh, God. I win everything and then it turns and I lose everything. It's great. In a fuck off kind of way. One in 36, yeah. So let's actually go into this building that I forgot to go into before. Which is funny, because we've already got credit from Everard for not going in here, but now we've gone in here. A row of mugs sits on the shelf. Each one depicts a human figure, a dark-skinned woman grinning amidst mysterious symbols, a broad-shouldered man shoveling potatoes, and others. A little ring when you tap on the mug. Though cheerful, the images on the ceramic make you vaguely uncomfortable. The lieutenant picks up one of the mugs and then puts it back down with a look of disdain.
I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into this man's apartment.
Whip out your yellow man mug and compare. Yes, your broken mug friend would feel very much at home here. The same humor, the same mocking
There's
lines.
the missing tin soldier. Whoever lives here might have used the Whirling's container to dump his trash. And now they've drawn the ire of the Union. The plot thickens, as they say.
Perhaps you should break into apartments more often. Do you really think it's the same person who put the dead man's clothes in the trash?
Who knows? I'm not expecting too much from this clothes in the trash lead either way. It might turn out to be some random local matter, but still, a nice coincidence.
Move on from the mugs. Whoever lives here admires fair-haired fantasy heroes with big muscles. So yeah, a racist lives here. We get a shirt that gives us logic. You can almost feel the warmth of the red sun on this flag. This is the flag of Revachol the Suzerainty. What is with the sun? This isn't just one sun, but there are little suns dancing around the big sun. This is the sevenfold sun miracle. An optical atmospheric anomaly the first settlers saw. It happens in cold weather. 6 small suns around the big one. This complex halo phenomena is how old Revachol got its flag. It is but one of the many strange optic atmospheric phenomenon on this wondrous archipelago. You're sure you once saw sundogs in your youth? And blue flares. Lieutenant, the old flag of the suzerain.
Mm-hmm. The tenant is an old-fashioned guy.
Evidently, I'm not going to bow to it. The flag doesn't seem to mind. It's just a colourful fabric with a sun sewn onto it. Like all feudal flags, it looks like a children's drawing. A book titled The Hidden World of Walking Sticks lies open. Morale. A small suitcase full of clothes. Guests are staying over? Maybe. Well, that's our little racist man cubbyhole. Who lives here? No clue. Wouldn't be Measurehead, he works for the Union. And it wouldn't be the lorry driver, he doesn't live here, he's just driving a lorry and stuck in a traffic jam. But we haven't met any other racists. At this late night, I don't think I want to go into this complex. I think I'll do that tomorrow. I suppose we could. What else could we do? Anything more on from Cindy over here?
Hello again, officers.
Perhaps my task list can remind... Or maybe the... God, there's so many locked checks that I haven't done. There's the horseback monument, the knick-knack stand. Joyce, we need to talk to Joyce. Yeah, we can do a beginning exploration. We'll start from this side because we're here. I think I'll talk to Joyce when Kim is gone. Because there's something I want to do without Kim. With Joyce. A note reads, foreclosed by Martinez Realty Associates. Well, before we do this lower floor, let's go to the balcony. Tear. Cindy, hello.
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are.
That's right, we've evolved.
Yeah, I can see that. Cool mutations.
She crosses her arms. That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint, it's heavy fuel oil. Is that heavy fuel oil?
Red-dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
He says, studying the contents of Cindy's bucket.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
That's some clever cultural commentary there.
You ain't seen nothing yet, Piggy Boo.
Right. Keep on keeping on, I guess. My. What's in here? Flames, huh? Yeah. Someone's been sleeping here recently. Enough coal to last for several winters. Smells of chemicals. Pants that increase my electrochemistry at the cost of reaction speed. And 5 real. Rounded up, of course. Not much else in there. It's one of the most boring rooms in the game. This door is locked. You can't get in. Says who? Above, tarps flap in the wind. Forgotten hammers and nails rust. I could feel that coming. No, just nose blowing time. I don't do that on camera. I refuse. And I have to make the whole screen disappear instead of just the webcam, or else my webcam's light turns off. It is very annoying. Waves crashing in the darkness. A shift in temperature. The air chills around you. Dust settles on the stony floor. Rub your sides for warmth. A former architect stands before a slice of window, a room plan in her hand. A cold wave has made the air in the building stand still and frozen, with temperatures falling down to minus 20 Celsius. Her face is red from the cold. She's breathing on her fingers, clasping the plan. Traces of sadness are visible in her expression. The plan. Faint pencil lines on paper depict the same place, but a missing eastern wall connects the room with the neighbouring apartment. Ideas for arranging the furniture have been jotted down. Look around yourself. It is clean and empty, with new tapestry embellishing the walls. A standard HB graphite pencil has fallen off of a 3-legged stool in the middle of the room. Finish the thought. Someone has torn down the wall, and we can go right in. An old grocery list on the table. Checks. No Safed and a teensy bit of change. The graffito says, "A firing squad for the rich." Now, do we mean firing them from their jobs or firing them with bullets? Apartment 8, their mailbox is overflowing. A little bit of money. Door number 9 is locked. Postcard Boogie Street 46.
Give me a moment.
An elderly woman is leaning on her broom, her knuckles white as bone. She seems to be having difficulty breathing.
The cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
She sneezes into a dirty handkerchief. Are you all right? Should I call a doctor?
I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me.
Red spots appear on her cheeks as she coughs.
Now, what do you want from me, policeman?
Who are you?
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways.
Elderly Arya Stark. Gotcha. Do you live here?
If you can call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room.
She spits on the floor and then wipes it off with a broom.
It's barely bigger than a closet.
Doors open,
but I
boys.
don't complain, no. I have my food and my aching bones to keep me company. And that's all I need from this world.
It's weird not doing that right as it comes, but I didn't want to scream over the cleaning lady. Suppose how you doing? And all she gets, too. The coastal wind beats down hard on the coal room door outside. Splashes of waves make the balcony slippery. I am looking for Martin Martinez.
Oh, you'll find plenty of Martins here. Don't you worry.
She smiles a gap-toothed smile when she hears you mention the name. No, you don't understand. I'm looking for a real person named Martin Martinez. He told me he's Martin Martinez.
Pea-brain. Someone played a trick on you. Martin Martinez is a name for anyone who comes from Martinez, like Tim Jamrock or Raoul Ravachol.
Melvin Melbourne? Sid Sydney? Oops. You really didn't get the joke there.
I thought it was obvious. Anyway, officer, we don't have the witness's name.
How about a young male, mid-20s, dark hair, skinny build, a smoker on the balcony? Know where he lives?
Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
She looks at the other end of the hallway. Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for?
No trouble, I just want to talk to him. Do you know where he lives?
Talk?
The cleaning lady starts laughing, but it turns into a violent coughing spasm. She squeezes her broom and tries to catch her breath.
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
I have a few questions about this place.
Ask away, policeman.
Do you know who lives in the foreclosed apartment?
The hell am I supposed to know? Another nut job, I assume.
Okay then, that was aggressive. She really doesn't like those nut jobs. Bad blood there. Why is there a hole in the wall?
Some lunatic lost his mind. All kinds of morons pass through these halls.
Right, is one of the residents on a vacation? Their mailbox is overflowing.
People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone.
And what can you tell me about Cindy?
The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still...
She leans on her broom.
She leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others.
That's all, thanks. She mumbles some kind of response and then hacks something into her handkerchief. Alright, that's all I need from you for now, though if we look at a few more doors along here, we might have more questions for her later. Someone has drawn a 5-pointed star on this wall. Heading off to bed, Smoozle? No worries at all there. That isn't just a 5-pointed star. It is an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The iconography of... Communism! In other words. Inspect the symbol closer. The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mazov and the Communards during the Revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure. Why is the star upside down? To symbolize the toppling of the old order. And also some social democrats were already using it. Why white? Because white is the colour of peace. What does it evoke in me? Death, apparently! Gone. Gone is the glory. Of hope, only the scribblings of impoverished students remain. In dirty hallways. Da 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 da. You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number of the panel says 10. The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. You can feel tension on the other side.
A poor communard, from the looks of it.
What
the room is barely bigger than
Shush!
a closet.
Shush! What? That was the wrong line. Okay, narrator, thank you for telling me about communists. But we didn't ask for that. This time the steps come closer. Who is this? Demands a female voice, wary and tense. This is the police. Open up. Do I have to open the door? You hear the clacking of heels again as the other side walks right up to the door. Her tone is now getting a defensive edge. Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open this door if you don't have a warrant.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
Later then, entering this door seems a physical challenge.
A poor...
Okay, we can't go in there. Can you tell us anything? Let's go to this door actually first. This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says 11. The padlock is a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work. Better whip out those cutters, you won't get very far otherwise. With the chain cutters, we have an even 58% chance. Let's try and increase that. If you guys could up my motorics, that would be very, very nice. You know, if you feel like being kind to a poor streamer in need. And you didn't kill me with the intellect, so thank you. I mean, not intellect, that's morale. Psyche, rather. Oh, fuck, what? Stop! Jesus. Did I lose health as well? No, I didn't. That was the physique went down. What are you doing? You're trying to cut the body of the lock with the chain cutters, and it's really not working. Oh, stop!
I believe it's the shackle you need to cut, Detective.
Fucking hell! Why? Oh! The lieutenant points to the corroded loop with a gloved finger. Don't you think that's what I'm trying to do?
Perhaps you should give it another go.
Did I have any bad dreams after yesterday's nightmare? No. I did save that. I highlighted the specific part of the stream. So I didn't highlight all 4 hours of yesterday, but I highlighted the end. I highlighted from the beginning of that quest of playing as Alfino. I am very concerned that I'm gonna die if I fail this. Because I have 1 morale heal now. I've just had to use 3 of them. Okay, the shackle snaps like a twig, and the lock falls to the floor with a little thud. Should be possible to enter now.
After you, Detective.
Thanks. And here we are in Shay Communism. A flamboyant poster of a white star. Real lithography. Photos of revolutionaries posing with guns. Books of critical theory on the monstrosities of capital and such. Revolutionaries love to pose with their guns. Yeah, Kim is Detective Kim Kitsuragi. We found a bullet. And a +2 conceptualization jacket. That's good. I can use that. Looks nice enough too. Change our outfit for a bit. Where's the bullet? It's not in my list. Oh. You've got one bullet. Guess it adds to here. Never really noticed that. The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Oh shit, there's something in the pants! Makes you look cool, calm, and collected. As your hand enters the pocket, your fingers brush against something. Soft, yet crinkly. Hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper. It reminds you of the fruity juice of apricots. You should inspect it closer if you have time. Something about the wrapper's texture is familiar. Not familiar in a good way, you might say. There's pain in there somewhere. That's interesting. I don't know if I've ever put these pants on before. Now I'm just trying all of the things. In case they inspire something in me. Well, anyway. Let's look at this big head. A plaster-cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads Kras Mazov. Honestly, he does kind of look like you after all. Father Mazov, the hero of the working class! Salute the statue.
Whoever lives here definitely shares your enthusiasm.
He leans closer to inspect the photos of revolutionaries on the wall.
There aren't many communists around. Not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going, it seems.
Why does this tenant have a bust of Kras Mazov in their bedroom?
The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting.
Kim, you have to admit, this Kras Mazov bears a striking resemblance to me.
Hold on a second. Is this why you broke in here? To find out whether you're Kras Mazov?
I have to consider and investigate all possibilities.
Except that Kras Mazov is dead. He's been dead for 50 years now.
And I feel dead, so, you know, just humor me for a moment. Don't you see the resemblance?
Well, you both do seem to share an affinity for sideburns. But it seems like old Kras here didn't drink nearly as much as you.
Maybe this bust shows him before he started drinking.
Very well. Let's look for identifying features then. Doesn't he have a birthmark right here? What about you?
I can't tell. I can't see my face.
All right. But here's the big thing. Kras Mazov looks Samaran, and you don't.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does. Look at his eyes. Wasn't his mother a Samaran immigrant?
I'm part Samaran myself.
Okay, you win. Be Kras Mazov then. I don't care. Why are you so hell-bent on proving that you're Kras Mazov anyway?
Because he was totally a gangster and a bank robber who went for all the cash in the world. Because I'm a communard.
All right, Kras. You fought in the revolution and everything, if you say so.
The suicide of Kras Mazov. My rhetoric goes down temporarily, but a thought's a thought. There's something you cannot get out of your head. Kras Mazov, the father of scientific communism, the premier of the Communist Party of Shest and Grad during the anti-centennial revolution, head of the 11-day government, sideburn-toting, bearded figurehead of the movement, shot himself in the mouth? And died? One day in his cabinet as things were collapsing around him, he just gave up? That's not good propaganda, is it? Be a communist! Shoot yourself in the mouth! Something about this irks you. We shall ruminate.
Give me a moment. Ask away, policeman.
Who lives at apartment 10?
No one lives there. It's been empty for months.
But I talked to someone through the door.
Impossible. I would know if someone had moved in there.
She pauses, eyeing the hallway.
Maybe it's those countercultural people again. Breaking into a house like it's a public space. You're a policeman. Be good and take a look, will you?
Sure, I'll see what I can find.
Great. Young people. They're worse than rats. You know, always littering the hallways with trinkets and empty beer cans.
Keep coughing, old lady. Who lives behind the padlocked door?
Oh, that one is a scientist. A future scholar.
Suddenly the old lady's face is beaming.
I think he studies astrology at the community college. Education's good. I always tell them to study.
Astrology?
Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall.
Oh, you mean the star and antlers? I think that's the symbol of communism.
The symbol of what now?
You know, the ones who support the working class against capital.
Huh. I thought Revachol was the capital.
Let's not burden her with the realities of communism, shall we? This apartment is supposed to be empty. Did you break in here? Excuse me? Of course not. Scare them. Suspected of some big crime. Are you cooking morphine in there? Oh, come on! There's a pause before you hear the door being unlocked.
That was smart.
The lieutenant says, nodding towards the unlocked door. Yeah, I like that. That's well done, Half-Light. Good suggest. And it is a woman in a suit. Okay. There are some shoes in here. Black monk straps, +1 to indirect modes of taxation. This is an interesting thing. I'm not going to wear these. This is an ideology outfit. Basically, if you don't like earning your communism, fascism, ultraliberalism, or moralism the real way, which is to say things, you can also wear an outfit that immediately makes the thought occur to you. I don't like them. Looks like a fine mattress. I might wear the communist one to see if it does anything, but I don't think it will. A blister pack of medicine peeks out of the box. You should take it. Sure. Ah! Hypnogamma, +3 morale. Very good. I need that right now. That makes up the 3 morale that I just had to fucking spend.
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. The keys, see?
She jingles a set of keys in her hands. Got to be honest, that is a terrifying face. An absolutely terrifying face. Can I, let's just really ruminate on this face. Look into its eyes. Well, her eyes, but it as in the picture, because I consider this a portrait. I am terrified. But not in the sense that I think that she's a scary lady. kind of terrified for her. That looks like the face of someone who's just dead inside, you know? Anyway, I do need to fix the thing now. There we go. She jingles a set of keys in her hand.
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too?
She fumbles through her purse, fishing out a light paper-clad passport. Sure. It feels flimsy in hand with the words, Revachol Zone of Control, written under a nondescript municipal logo. There's a picture of her with shorter hair inside, along with all of her personal details. Nice haircut.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? I need to be back in Midtown in an hour.
What are you doing here?
I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place.
Sounds like they knew how to have a good time.
It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think they'd make rent.
She stops, hesitating. A sudden serious look crosses her face. This story didn't have a happy ending.
But that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is that it? I'm in a hurry.
Isn't it a bit late to be working?
It is.
She breathes in and out to the count of 3. It looks like some special stress release technique before she continues.
Everyone says the real estate agents don't do anything. But here I am in the middle of the night cleaning up someone's crash pad. So the sooner we get this over with, the better.
She means you. Time for the next question. Who lived in the foreclosed apartment down the hallway?
Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuables, but... And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall.
So preppy! She's probably on some low-grade performance enhancers like Preptide or Paracanine.
A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone. Just like that.
My money has also disappeared, I think.
Well, it does not disappear from my hands. No, I don't let it.
Couldn't have been that much money. These apartments look pretty shitful.
These apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architecture, a million-real view of the bay, good ventilation, neighbors, life, spark, and they are affordable. I'll tell you, Martinez has a future. In a few years, it's going to blossom with artists and creatives and those radio computer wizards.
Oh, you missed the memo, didn't you? It's as if they're real wizards, able to resurrect dead real estate and breathe life into bank accounts. So wait, what happened with the wall?
Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find the time or resources to fix it. Both apartments are now unrentable. Both.
Not necessarily. If you found somebody who wanted to live in 2 apartments at once, they probably wouldn't mind the hole. Well, that's all, thank you.
Of course.
She replies with a smile, but her eyes remain glazed over. She's waiting for you to leave. Actually, before we talk to the cleaning lady, let's check out the rest of this section. This box is filled with cleaning chemicals. Smells of laundry detergent. Flip up glasses, plus to logic, minus to authority. My authority's already taken enough hits, thanks. Eviction notices and missing pets are plastered on top of each other. An old shoe rack, boots, sneakers, and old slippers. Apartment 12, a loud rumbling snore comes from within. This snoring is scary somehow. You should leave. These shower curtains are covered in some sort of slime. Money! Right. The exit door here leads to the other entrance. But the one that was closed until the smoker on the balcony let us know where the key was. As for the balcony, well, That door's right there, and we'll go to that after we talk to the cleaning lady.
Give me a moment.
I didn't find any counterculture people in apartment 10. It was just a real estate agent setting up the room for new tenants.
I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them.
No one is coming. There will be nothing but squalor unless we start killing the real estate agents.
We won't be killing anyone. And you shouldn't say things like that. You're a police officer. There's been enough killing. I've seen it.
Well, way to make me feel like a douchebag. She's seen it, and she knows those who have been killed.
Ask away, policeman.
Well, that's depressing, but we got a quest done. Yay! If you look at the done here, it makes it look like we've done absolutely fuck all on Tuesday. But the problem is that the day that the task is listed under is the day that you received it, not the day that you completed it. And I don't agree with that. I feel as though it should be listed the day you received it on this side for the active tasks, but when you do something, it should fall under the day in which you did it, because it always makes it look like Monday was just this monster day in which you did half the game, and then ever since then you've been lazy as shit. But I guess Tuesday will fill up as we do this. But the later days always just look bad. We really should be wrapping up for the night, given the time, but we'll try to get this area finished with the exploration first. You hear distant traffic. Night is falling on the city. A maroon glow of light pollution rises from the east. Little bit of money. The breaker box is full of cigarette butts and electric wires. Just a door. Nothing for you here right now. Can't break in with the tools. Nope. Most doors like that end up being important later once you have a reason. Someone is growing rosemary, thyme, and a cactus. This is the door to apartment 29. Complete silence, whoever lives here isn't home. This is the door to apartment 30. Voices from within singing along to some buoyant dance track. And lastly, there's this door. This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the door.
No answer.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening.
It is evening. It's nearly 11 at night.
We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good?
What do you mean?
The smoker on the balcony. This is why we are here, right? He might know something about the murder. So tomorrow 9 p.m.?
I think this is written as though you went there during the day, but still, suddenly he's a little worried about your memory. Sounds good. Tomorrow, 9 p.m.
Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
Remember, tomorrow. He's probably gone for today. Yeah, the game always runs it like this. They always make you wait a day from when you get to this point, which is why I wanted to push it a bit and explore this area before it got too late at night. But I think it is late enough to go to the body and send our friend Kim away. After which, we will go speak to Joyce a little bit, because she stays up very late. And beyond that, we might look at some interact objects, as I like to do at night. and then we will go pay Gart, go to sleep, and put day 2 to bed. Like how Kuno just does not go to bed. Is this wall available again? No. I don't know why I thought it was, but something made me think. Anyway, yeah, let's go send Kim to bag the body. I think we can get back into the fridge. We can't go through the bookshop, but we can go the other way. So it's not quite 2 days per... Sorry, it's not quite 2 streams for each day. We'll manage to get at least an hour or so of day 3. Well, 2 hours really. I imagine... We've got 35 minutes left in this hour. I imagine we can finish day 2 in that time. So that's good. Making a little bit faster progress from day 1. Let's bag him, Kim. Bake him away, toys. The lieutenant takes the body away.
All right.
He takes out a shiny black body bag and starts pulling the plastic over the dead man's face.
I will need a little help carrying him. You take the hands, I'll take the legs.
Bag the corpse and drag it to the motor carriage. I like how they hand-wave Kim's ability to drive in and out of the traffic jam. They do reference it, but it does seem a bit strange that the assorted angry lorry drivers don't all try to rush the thing as soon as the drawbridge is lowered for Kim. Like, it would surely create an incident that they have been stuck there for a week and that the police officer is allowed to go in and out whenever he wants. But yeah, Kim's car is gone. It will be back tomorrow. We have more skill points. Let me just keep unlocking these thought. I thought I'd unlocked that one when I unlocked this one, but I hadn't. There's just 2 more. I could get them all now, but I need to self-control. I just like getting all of them unlocked so that I don't have to worry about it again. He doesn't stay in the hotel anymore. What do you mean? He's gone to return the body. He'll be back in the morning. No, I've deleted Kim from the game. You'll never see him again. I am now man alone.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
So I've been dealing with Evrart again. Mr. Evrart is helping me find my gun.
Oh. That's so helpful of him. So very, very helpful. And how is that going? Do you have any leads on that gun?
Mr. Evrart is helping me find my gun.
Yes. As you said.
Mr. Evrart is helping me find my gun.
Your gun, yes. Do you want to talk about something else now?
Mr. Evrart is helping me find my gun. He seems to be in some sort of loop. Mr. Evrart is helping me find my gun. Well, that's not good. Looks fine over here. Are you sure it's not some sort of glandular problem?
What is happening?
Mr. Evrart is helping me find my gun. Mr. Evrart is helping me find my gun. Mr. Evrart is helping me find my gun.
Sweetheart, please stop repeating that now.
Her eyes look worried, frightened even. This is going to be hard to recover from. Mr. Evrart is helping me find my gun.
Please.
Mr. Evrart is helping me find my gun. Mr. Evrart is helping me find my gun.
Yes, Mr. Evrart. This gossiping idea was terrible on my part. I take it back.
Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun. The woman scans her surroundings as though a neurologist might magically appear. Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun. Fear seeps into you as you say it. Your skin crawls. Mr. Everard is helping him find his gun. Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun.
Do you want me to take you to a hospital, sir?
You think we should turn him off and back on again? Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun.
Officer!
She waves her hand in front of your eyes. Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun. Yeah, we need to pull the plug. There's nothing else to do. Okay, I'm gonna do it. Hold on.
Detective! Is everything all right in there?
Judging from your tone of voice, probably not.
No, not at all, I'm afraid. You seem to be caught in some sort of loop.
Loop?
Never mind the details. We've wasted enough time as it is. What matters is that you seem to have got out of it. Now, please ask me something else before it happens again. Something that, preferably, doesn't include the words Mr. or Everard.
Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun.
Oh. That's so helpful of him.
Damn it, game! That is such a No! Don't reset her! That's sad! No! You... Oh,
So very, very helpful. And how is that going? Do you have any leads on that gun?
My immersion has just been yanked out through my throat. Mr. Everard says it's almost ready to be found soon.
Did he now? Well, then it should be any day now. Unless, of course, he's lying to you. Anyway, was there anything else you've heard? Of course, Detective. More lessons in basic reality?
I think
My
I'd
favourite part of the
prefer
day.
to do most
Go
of
ahead,
these when
ask
Kim
me
is
anything.
here. So I won't actually do anything else. The
Glad to have
reason
been of assist-
specifically why I went and did that is because I never saw it in my first playthrough, and I never saw it in my second playthrough. I saw it on YouTube because Kim stops you. In fact, I showed that when we talked to her last week. I didn't let on, but Kim stops you. He makes a reference, say, "Oh, don't." He says, "Let's not get him caught in a loop. Let's move on," and then it ends. So you can only get that endless Mr. Everard loop by doing it when Kim's not there. And I quite like it. It entertains me. Anyway, there was something I wanted to look at. Yeah, I wanted to look at some of these again without Kim, because I wanted to compare it to Kim's reactions. But we need to look at this apricot wrapper, and we need to look at the cockatoo book in any case. Yeah, who's the illiterate ginger kid? The note does not specify. If Kim's there, then you have a big discussion with him. What do I do with you, Bullet? Yeah, Kim reacts to this. The squished little thing has no idea. I know, you should find the gun that shot this bullet. Eat it! But the bullet is not edible, sadly. It's my friend! I'm gonna start talking to it. It will keep me company. But bullets don't talk. Yeah, what are you, Oh, damn it. The tie. The tie! Wait, hang on. I can bring this one back specifically. Hang on. Just swap to full for a second.
But bullets don't talk.
Yeah, what are you? Crazy? Bullets can't talk. They don't have emotions. A bullet can't keep you company.
I hate it. They changed the way this voice option works, and they've removed the tie. They don't let the tie talk in it anymore. And I have two choices. I can either accept that, or I can go back to full and then have to listen to the narrator do every single line, and then I don't have any work anymore. And I can't do that. If you want to hear the tie talk, get the game yourself. Because I can't provide it anymore. I mean, all I can do is mimic him. Which I can kind of do, but, you know, I'm not as good as that actor. Yeah, what are you? Crazy? Bullets can't talk. They don't have emotions. A bullet can't keep you company. It's not the same. Sell it for profit. Who would want this used bullet? Well, I'll find the gun that shot it. That sounds like something a police detective would do. First, you should learn all you can about this little guy. Then find the gun that shot it, and the person who the gun belongs to. He used it to kill your victim. Neato! Right, a gleaming chewing gum wrapper found in the pocket of the labourer jeans. It gives off an ever so faint scent of apricots. Your mouth starts watering. There it is again, the scent of apricots, with a touch of cinnamon. Smells like the end of some distant summer, the surface of another planet, or some ancient temple. Ancient temple? Yes, from the height of antiquity. A long, long time ago, in a galaxy far away, on an island of time you can never return to. End of summer? The sun sets into the sea, but the water does not boil. Instead, it turns to liquid gold. In the 7th hour, waiting in the cold, I can feel the power. I'm turning gold. I'm turning gold. That song came out this year. For a moment, the world's store of precious metals seems to increase dramatically, and you are rich. There is a movement next to you. The shuffle of a small coat, warm like the evening. But when you turn toward it, there's nothing there. Where did it go? Why are you talking to a gum wrapper? Take a deep, deep breath. Bitter, citrus, sweet. It seems to grow stronger like a glow with every breath you take. Until a blossom of skin and flower petals erupts behind your closed eyes, made of toffee, cream, and distance. You just had to take a dive. Feels so, so familiar. Apricot chewing gum scented one. You have found a trace of entity who has been stalking you across the plains. The Gloom Stalker, the conglomeration, the shadowy organization behind your downfall. Possibly connected to the dreaded X something. Granted, it is impossible to determine its true identity, but you can remember where you first smelled its treachery. Yes! Use the Tutti Frutti gum wrapper. Reconstruct the day you first breathed in her untrustworthy atoms. I've never had this thought before. It's evidently about, you know... Well, one can guess. But we will take it. Reaction speed debuff for the next 5 hours, but that's fine. We can endure it. Alright, let's look at cockatoos. A book about different cockatoo species and their behavioral problems. Perhaps it could also offer some insight into your own problematic actions. The spectacular Major Majestic cockatoo eyes you from the cover. A cockatoo is a parrot with an erectile crest. Wait, is that why they call it a cockatoo? Because its crest looks like a dick. Really? No. No, that can't be right. Is that right? Do we have any cockatoo experts here? I need guidance. Found on the Seminine Islands and in southern Face-à-la-Mer. Known for their intelligence and general precociousness, cockatoos are popular birds in aviculture. However, they often exhibit various behavioral issues. Oh. Okay, what more? This book talks about the delicate nature of toos, as well as introducing some of the more popular species among the bird enthusiasts. The funeral cockatoo, the Major Majestic cockatoo, and the most common Bang Bang cockatoo. It is colourfully illustrated. What problems do these birds have? Where do we even begin? All cockatoos are known for their needy natures, requiring attention for at least 2 full hours a day. They love to talk and have been described as lovable clowns who just don't know how to wrap up. I could handle that. It'd be nice to have someone to talk to when you feel lonely. Pet owners also report moodiness, loudness, and hostility as reoccurring issues. If left unsatisfied, cockatoos may scream non-stop, pluck their feathers, or become aggressive. Right, that's pretty bad. Anything else? It is not recommended to get a cockatoo if you're not able to cook them food every day, and give them the full care that they need. These birds will never understand that you have a life of your own. Yes, but there has to be something great about cockatoos as well, surely. You're right. Cockatoos are magnificent creatures. They love to perform, cuddle, and show off, and will even scream for fun, often as loud as up to 135 decibels. Read about the funeral cockatoo. This is a yellow-tailed black cockatoo. Its specific name, Cicatus funereus, refers to its dark and somber plumage. This bird looks as if it's dressed for a funeral 24/7. There is something indisputably ominous about it. Cool. The most impressive of all the species, the endangered major majestic cockatoo is often described as the most flamboyant bird in the jungle. Its pink-coloured wings and flowing crest embellishing its proud and bumptious nature. In the words of poet-explorer Sir James Fournier, few birds more enliven the monotonous hues of the verdant forest than this big, bold, and beautiful species. Read about the common bang-bang cockatoo. Despite its banging name, the bang-bang cockatoo is actually the shyest of the species. Common in almost all Seminoese forests, as well as zoos and homes all over the world, its plumage is mainly grey and white. The Seminoese name, bang-bang, is thought to have been of onomatopoeic origins. The bang is for all the scary things in the world that may happen at any time. Cockatoos also live for decades. Jesus. Honestly, this bird does sound a bit like me. Yes, but all these cockatoo species are so different. Which one are you? The grey and common bang-bang?
Only the funeral cockatoo in its darkness can truly grasp the depths of my doom-laden soul.
Isn't that obvious? Major Majestic, here I come! What if I'm just a fuck-up-a-two? A fuck-up and a cockatoo? What do you guys think? What kind of cockatoo are you? How do you do the things you do? Please vote. As to the nature of my cock. A two. We like the Major Majestic. I thought so, because we're doing the Superstar route. There is only one Superstar option, absolutely. Somebody thought Fuck Up a 2 was nice, but everybody else agrees with committing to the roleplay. I think these do actually, if you look at the 4 major cop types that you can be, these do seem to Now, these, by the way, you don't have to pick one and stick with it. You didn't have to with the politics either in the original game, although apparently they added a new quest for each of these 4, and you can only do one of them now, so I don't think I can be a communist capitalist anymore. But I can be a superstar apocalypse cop if I want, or a superstar sorry cop, which might happen because I've said a few sorry things. But yeah, I'm pretty sure boring cop is the grey and common bang bang, apocalypse cop is the doom-laden soul, Major Majestic is superstar, and then sorry cop would be I'm a fuck up. So yeah, I think these are meant to be a part of that. We will be Major Majestic. You're right! You are majesty embodied. This big, beautiful bird belongs on your heraldry. Words are hard. Rare! You have internet back just in time to learn about cockatoos. You just missed learning about the cockatoos. But we are a Major Majestic. We are a superstar hobo cop who is a raging communist. Although I did temporarily suspend my communism in order to scam 100 real out of the rich man in the shipping container. I consider that worth it. Hello, Gart.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real?
I do.
Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
How could anyone forget, arsehole? Goodbye. 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 Are you still there? Let's wash off the death smell while we're here. Also, we can use these chain cutters. Oof. We're not bloody likely to succeed, but give it a shot, eh? Buff. Stop hurting my morale. I don't like it. Storms yesterday. Lightning hit the big neighborhood transformer. Internet's been out for almost an entire day. Hope y'all are doing well. I heard a story, I think it was in Germany or something. The big neighborhood transformer, as you would put it. An entire city and like 300 or 3,000 homes. It was either 3,000 people or 300 homes, I can't remember. Lost power because a bull scratched its ass against a telephone pole and the transformer just collapsed and sent a shock of like triple-digit volts that somehow narrowly managed to avoid frying the bull, who came out when the farmers were checking out the damage. The bull wandered over to curiously look at it. Anyway, let's try and assess the damage here, even though it was a long time ago that anything about this mattered. Oh, for God's sakes. Fine, I'll just go to... Oh, no, I need to wash off the death smell. This is not the cleanest bathtub in the world. But it's cleaner than you are right now. Do we want to do we want to bathe, or do we want to live forever with the corpse smell? Ran, you're familiar with the extension overlay stuff here, right? I don't need to explain it. 75 to 20. So there's one person who would like me to smell bad forever. What's wrong with you? The bathtub slowly fills with water. The water beckons. Undress, close your eyes, and submerge. The water is only lukewarm, but still comforting, like amniotic fluid. A few beer cans are bobbing up and down along your flanks like sad duckies. You feel nice and lonely, and so tired. Take the beer cans out. Now you are alone with your thoughts in the tub. But it's easier than being alone with your thoughts outside the tub. They're not even really thoughts, just assorted sensations, none of them acute enough to focus on. Linger in the tub a little. Your fingers grow pale and are covered with tiny whirls as the water cools. What are you doing? You're not some fat fish in a fucking aquarium! Time to get moving! Imagine something. You see the corpse. You can still smell the cadaver on you. It's going to take more than one bath to get rid of that stench. Then, houses along a narrow street. A video rental. Darkness on the planet's curvature. The waterline recedes as you stand. You are cold now. Your clothes stick to your still moist skin. Oh yeah, you didn't have a towel. Well, it is about time... How can this even be considered a bed? It is time to sleep. But I will take a break for a couple minutes, given that we are at the end of day 2, and I need to take a break in the middle of these 6-hour streams. So I will be back in a good 5-ish, 10-ish minutes, depending. Do stay tuned. We will get stuck into day 3. We've got a good 2 and a bit hours worth of day 3. Do not despair. All right. Let us return by going to bed. Not the most eventful of things, but, you know, last time we went to bed, we had a dream about the Hanged Man, except the Hanged Man was us, so, let's hope our dreams are a little lighter today. The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting. But it's yours. You've earned it. The mattress creaks as you close your eyes and try your hardest to fall asleep. The voice acting should really be here. I'm gonna set it to full for this. God, I hate that change that they made. Because this was from the original game. The limbic system always talked. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, the psychological voiceover mode, which is the one I use it to make the narrator shut up because I don't like him very much. Up until last week, that's all it did, but now apparently it cuts the voice acting for everything that isn't a character, which I think is more in line with what they wanted, but it's really annoying me because there are some things that I don't want to go quiet. Anyway.
Here we are again, my broken bird. The waves are coming, carrying you away, but you can't go. No. You have to stay, always half aware of yourself.
That's what he would have said, but I've turned it on now, so they should start talking again.
You're not cooperating, brother man.
There we go. Why?
It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep, you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety. But you cannot, because of the pain.
And there's a lot of it.
This.
Ever present in your organs. It's like every one of them has their own nasty song to sing.
I don't want the skills to be voiced because the skills are all voiced by the narrator, and he doesn't put any emotion into them, which doesn't work because they're skills. They're supposed to. Yeah. I'm just deeply unhappy with this. I am an artist, and liver damage is my art.
Oh yeah, baby. Frame your suffering as a masterpiece. Only one problem. No one's watching. It's boring, buddy. Boring as death. You're just stuck here, in the half-world. Could try looking at other people. Really looking. But why would you want to start doing that?
I will. I'm looking at people all the time. I like them.
Sure you do. They're all so friendly, aren't they?
At least they're interesting. Each one has a process just like yours, running in the space between their ears, full of secrets.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights, blinking in and out of existence. Thoughts! You're just pretending that you're asleep, even to yourself, while the world goes on without you.
Let it. Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining sweat off as best you can. Gather your bearings. Rock and roll.
But yeah, the only voice that I believe the only voice that should be taken away by this mode is the narrator voice, and I hate that they've changed that. Open your eyes, look up to the skies and see. I'm just a poor cop. I need no sympathy because I'm easy come, easy go, little high, little low. Anyway the wind blows doesn't really matter to me, to me. So, Wednesday morning, the Waterlock. They said something about if you get there early enough, and I don't know if this is something that actually happens, but if you get there early enough, you can watch them fix it. That's what the guy who talked about it sounded like, so I kind of want to ignore everybody and go straight to the Waterlock to see if that's true. I will come back here, because I know that there's some people to talk to here, but let's see if we can do that, shall we? I have no idea if I can or not, and if you happen to know the answer, shush. They said that they'll be around at 7:30 to fix it, so I want to see if there's still people around. Oh, there's Kim. And we can ignore everybody. Nice. But I won't be going across the canal. Say good morning, who, to Kim?
Yes?
I think it's just sort of implied. But yeah, he's back from his body dumping trip. Yeah, here we go, workmen. Cool. I've never seen these guys before. But we can't talk to them, look. They're just sitting there and standing there. Pull the lever. You grab the handle and pull the lever up. As soon as the metal connects against the contact pins, you hear a loud clunk, and then the waterlock starts moving.
Okay, if we ever need to get to the coast, then this is the way. But please, contain your wanderlust for now. I don't want us to get sidetracked with everything that's going on.
Ah yes, Detective Sam Kitsuragi! Focus on one thing, achieve it, then the next, he thinks. That is the task chain. So it turns out, yes, there are workmen there, but they're uninteractable. So that's very boring. Let's go back to the whirling in rags. Isn't it, Sam? Isn't it? How you doing, Gart?
Can I help you?
No. Not unless you're willing to let me stay here for free.
Oh, hello, dear. I didn't notice you at first.
Turns out the waterlock was broken, so your husband is probably just stuck further down the coast. He should return now that it's fixed.
What wonderful news. Thank you, dear. You've already done so much. But if your investigation happens to take you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
Of course, do it. Who knows what mysteries await?
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water lock's been repaired. And it's cold out there.
If I see him, I'll let him know you're here. When or if I get there.
Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
Will Kim be annoyed at me if I ask about other cryptids?
You know, to hell with it. Let's have more cryptids.
Yay!
Of course, officers. Is there a particular cryptid you two are interested in learning about?
Biggest!
Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
But you just said it was a... Fine, okay, we can... Fine.
I'm glad you see it that way. Did we have anything more to do here?
Of course, dear. Is there a particular
Will he stop me
cryptid that
again?
you're interested?
Hey.
Oh my god.
I'm glad you
Damn
see
it, Kim. You're no fun. You suck. I'm just kidding, Kim. You're amazing. But not in this particular scenario. This is a bad scenario for you. So there are some people here. And they seem to have some rectangles on their bodies. Kind of like we do. You know, the police rectangles. The woman in an RCM patrol officer's uniform winces as she notices you. Horse-faced woman. Okay. Sarah Jessica, how you doing?
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now.
Hold on, are you a cop with the RCM?
Yes, I am.
I'm a cop too.
I know.
Here's the real deal.
I'm on a murder investigation. Are you the cavalry?
I'm definitely not the cavalry.
Is everything alright? Why don't you want to talk to me?
I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you?
I'm a deeply flawed individual, but I bring joy to the world.
Do you now?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Let's talk. What did you want?
What precinct are you from?
What precinct?
Hmm? Am I from? God, he doesn't know.
Fucking deranged lunatic.
The sunglasses wearing man pushes through his teeth. So you're the police, right? Cool, so am I.
I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Judith.
Wait, is he police?
Me? No. I'm just a man with sunglasses. I like wearing sunglasses inside. Sunglasses and a fucking wig.
What are you, the police, doing here?
I'm just looking out for...
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses, and you are...
Let's vote. Do we call her a policewoman, a horse-faced woman, or nothing at all? Oh, guys. Really? 2/3 of you are scum? I think that's because that was 0 until the very last vote, and it was 4-2. So 4-2-1. So 4 of you are mean. All right, we'll call her a horse-faced woman.
You're a fucking asshole. Are we done here?
Yes.
You look like shit.
Your ruffled face reflects in the man's sunglasses. Did he get up out of that bench, or did he just sort of snap? I wasn't looking, but he seemed to change really quickly.
And I don't mean that as a metaphor.
You look like shit, asshole.
Wow. You seem stable and in control. Allow me to say, alcohol really seems to have had a positive effect on you. Now, what do you want?
Okay, so this guy is cool. He stands there like a statue. An angry statue. And he does not like you. Kim, who is this guy?
I'm not getting involved in this.
It's not my style, he thinks, glancing at the man in sunglasses and the woman beside him. Ooh, boy, they're mad at him. No wonder. He just doesn't recognize them. There's something strange about this guy. Figure it out. 58% chance. Give me Give me some psychological chat help. Go with a psyche increase. Broaden my mind for me, would you please? Okay. You know what it is. It's like the two of you know each other. Just ask him. Tell me the truth. Do you know me from somewhere?
Oh, I definitely know you from somewhere.
Another life. From where? From another life?
Yes, from another life. A different life. Maybe the life of a police officer belonging to the ranks of the...
He pauses.
To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality?
I don't know, chat. What do you think? The 41st, the 57th, the 69th, or the 9,999,999.9th? Nobody has picked Precinct 69. Never mind. One person has picked. Okay, so we're caught between 41st and the stupidly large number. I like stupidly large numbers, so I will tie break and go with number 4.
That's exactly right. Down to a fraction.
Really?
No, not really.
Oh. 69? He seems to be observing you through the reflective glass of his eyewear. There's no reply. Perhaps repeat it. 69. Repeating it gets no reaction from the man with sunglasses. Suddenly the world is very quiet. Even the howling wind outside sounds a bit embarrassed. 57th?
I think even in this fictional reality, the 57th would still be my station.
The lieutenant makes a little nod towards the man in sunglasses.
My condolences. Go ahead. Have another guess.
41st.
Okay. That's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Now we're really getting somewhere.
He gives you a long, meaningful look and adds,
Somewhere good.
Let's talk more about this hypothetical Station 41 you mentioned. Did you hear that? That was weird. Something went wrong with the voice there, but we just heard a whoop. Oh, the hypothetical 4-1. Yes, let's fantasize about that. I'm not busy, you're not busy. Let's just play around. What would our relationship be in this alternate universe?
Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment?
Kim's cooler than you.
I'm sure he's fucking flattered. But Kim is not part of the thought experiment. In this one, we're partners.
The lieutenant is silent. Like partners in crime?
No, because in this thought experiment, we are police officers. In a police station. We don't do crimes, we're not crime bros.
Come on, stop it.
Do you have a crime to solve? Yeah, what is that noise? It's like it breaks. Oh no. You see, I enjoy watching other, better cops solve crimes. And let me tell you, it's been quite a privilege seeing you work.
This isn't helping.
Who else is in our imaginary police station?
You're not going to believe this, but... police officers. Yes, sir. Solving crimes, locking up bad guys, and get this, and not getting that drink on at 2 o'clock.
Oh.
Just some regular boring motherfuckers in suits and uniforms. Nothing spectacularly extravagant like you, the far-out son of Lung.
The far-out son of Lung? Oh, it's you, you eccentric genius. I mean, with your unorthodox approach to police work, it has to be you. Tell me more about him, or her.
Not even a little bit.
It's an urban myth about an officer who is so far undercover he can't remember who he is. As I said, just an urban myth. You are not the son of Lung.
Can't imagine it anymore.
Neither can I, partner. Neither can I.
His grey eyes suddenly flash above the glass frames. They feel sad. I got some questions for you. I'm a cop.
About what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like?
Like a prophet? Like a revolutionary? Like a sack of shit? Like a megastar? Like Krasmazov? There's actually a few options here because megastar and Krasmazov both... and revolutionary too, because we're communist. So any of those could fit our roleplay profile. Let's see what the peanut gallery thinks. I've hit the vote button. What do I look like? Fucking hell. Don't make it easy on me, guys. Well, it's definitely one of those three. Let's go with Krasmazov. I find that funny.
Yeah, sort of. Okay, I get the reference. Like, after he got run over or something.
Who does this asshole think he is? A cop? Now will you answer some questions for me?
No.
Don't you have to?
No, he doesn't.
If I wasn't clinically depressed, I'd burst out laughing. But I'm gonna go with no right now.
If I wasn't clinically depressed, I'd burst out laughing. I can hear Snip saying that. If you don't want to answer questions, maybe you want to hear me say things. Actually, I don't want to hear you say things.
Come on, Jean.
Okay, say things. I want to hear you say things.
Okay, I'm doing this investigation, and it turns out he was shot and hanged.
You think he was hanged as a cover-up? To hide the shooting?
Hey, why am I telling you this?
I don't know. Why are you?
He gives you an odd look. You want me to come say something? Are you offering to say that line in my voice chat? Sure, we could give you a go. I know. I just think it would. I think it would suit your comic delivery. I feel like it's something that you can add to your repertoire and burst it out when you really want to cut someone down, while also sticking to the self-deprecative roots that you enjoy so much. But yes, why not? Oh, I healed.
If I wasn't clinically depressed, I'd burst out laughing.
I don't think my mic activated, so I hope you're still watching the stream to have seen that. But yeah, that was very good. No, that is 12 out of 10. I really felt it. It was funny and sad, like, in balance, which is really hard to accomplish. I need a moment.
I heard 1 clap through your mic and 15 claps through your stream, so...
Yeah.
I'll give you a 1 out of 15.
Thank you. That's not a perfect score, but perhaps one day I will work hard enough to not only increase my value to 5, but also reduce your standards to 7.
I'd say that would be a pretty perfect score. Do you really want to aim for perfection?
I don't want to actually get there, but so long as it's something we can constantly strive towards, then we can only improve. And yeah, no, I agree with Gwambush. That really is a Nulai line. That although I would say that out-of-character Snip is a little cleverer than Nulai with the entertainment. A little. Anyway, thank you. I'm going to go back to my depressing yet wonderful game.
No worries, I'm gonna go back to my depressing yet wonderful timing.
Oh, Timey! You're hanging out with Dennis. You poor thing. Well, enjoy. Who knows why we do the things we do? Somehow bouncing those ideas off the man with sunglasses felt calming. Like you've done it before. You know what? It must be because he's buff. He looks like he works out, like he's got the devil on his back.
Oh my god, there's more. You want something more? What is it?
You know, I should have saved this. I should have talked to this guy after I'd taken a battering. I have healed so much morale since I had this conversation. Yet I was at full at the beginning, because I just woke up. Let's talk about the Hanged Man again.
Okay, why not? Let's do the old thing over again. We're not wasting time. There is no time.
Okay, so we did the version in which we mentioned the bullet. Let's just say I'm doing an investigation. A man is hanged.
So, do you know who hanged him?
No.
Yeah, I can see that. I don't know. Oh my god, there's more. Watch out for yourself, loser.
Fuck you, buddy. Okay. The man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, right? No, this whole interaction was perfectly normal. There's something we're missing here. Something you just can't put your finger on. You know what? Just ask him. I know it sounds crazy. You'll probably get laughed at. But still. You know, I was thinking the same thing. I should just ask him if we're from the same station. Yes. Just cross it off the list. Probably not true, though.
Again? I can't believe this shit.
He shakes his head, looking like he really is having trouble believing this shit. Look, I just have to ask. Are we from the same police station?
I'm going to say no. Just to see what you'll say to that. What'd you say?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Jean, he said okay. Give it a rest.
Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse, animal control agent, something of that kind. Not a cop. Go on with your cop work. Don't let me stop you again. Right. Did we find a way in here? No. Can't remember what gets us in here, but we're not at it yet. We could talk to our friends, the Hardy Boys, and I will, but let's quickly finish what we started last night and couldn't put to bed. We need to go back to Plaisance, and we need to let her know that we have investigated the bowels of her building. And it turns out that there is no ghost, spectre, demon haunting the place. It's just a dice maker making dice. Speaking of, I don't know what this 8 hours means, because it's been an evening, right? We feel... It's probably not ready yet. I think the symbol means not ready yet. Anyway. What else have we got that's in before the canal? We do need to talk to lorry drivers. We need to talk to Joyce again. In fact, I wanted to talk to Joyce again. So we need to talk to Plaisance. We've got lorry drivers. We've got talk to Joyce just in general, though we will talk to her again after the lorry drivers. We have the Hardys. That's basically it. Those are the things we need to do. So Plaisance first. You were right, by the way, lady. I am a cockatoo.
Excuse me?
I went and read up on cockatoos, just like you said, and I've even decided what kind of cockatoo I am. Would you like to know?
I don't know. The most talkative one?
No, I'm the Major Majestic cockatoo.
The what now?
The Major Majestic cockatoo. It's the most impressive one.
You truly are one strange cop, aren't you?
Yes.
I have a strange cop offering to find my stupid husband. What a day.
Life is strange. So strange they made, what, 3 games now? I haven't played them since the first one. The only thing I remember about Life is Strange is that there was this girl whose life you kept saving in every episode, but she was a horrible bitch to you. Like every episode, she was barely in it except for the fact that something was going to kill her and you used your time travel powers to prevent it. So we can buy stuff now. We can buy the man from Helmdal for 9 real. We could buy some board games for quite a lot of real. We can't buy Dick Mullen because we fucked this check. We could buy The Greatest Innocence. Could buy Medicinal Purposes of the Pale, In fact, I will. I'm not going to read it yet, but I want that one.
Something about that book does seem to have spoken to you. Well, I hope it contains what you're looking for.
Because I don't remember it. I remember some of these others, and they weren't that interesting, but I don't remember that one, so I'll get it. We might come back and buy more later. We've certainly got not a lot of use for the money, beyond paying off cart. But, that'll do for now.
You broke down the back door. Why? I gave you the key.
Real men don't need keys. I'm not sure. I don't know what I was thinking. The door was giving me shit. Which one do we go with? I like 1 and 3 a lot more than 2, but I'll let you guys weigh in. Are we a real man, or were we just feeling shit-talked? Door was giving me shit.
I hope you can find the solution quickly.
Oh.
The wards are broken. The passage has been opened. Now tell me, what's back there?
Okay. I talked to the entity you told me about. Her name is Neha, and she is a novelty dice maker.
A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep.
No, ma'am. I have felt her aura. She's not one to blame for this curse.
I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
She looks perplexed. Before you say anything, ask yourself, is the woman really able to withstand the truth? She's squeezing on the pendant too tight, a drop of blood in her palm. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire. You've come this far. You know how to enter it. There is an entity behind the entity. There is another entity, more malignant, pulling the strings in Martinez. Perhaps in my travels I will cross paths with it.
A third order presence, yes.
She lets go of the pendant.
I've heard of these triactors. In certain occult literature, that's too dark to dwell on for too long, and definitely not in the presence of my daughter.
She gestures for you to be silent.
I understand everything, sir. Thank you for your descending into the maelstrom. I will keep fort up here, strengthen the wards, do my best. And if you happen upon the third entity in your travels...
Yes?
May the Lord be with you.
Yeah. She performs an X-shaped cross
Well,
on her chest.
This has been absolutely educational. If we happen on the third presence in our travels, we will certainly come back to tell you.
Yes, the venture continues in other waters, darker waters.
Should we get out of here before the vortex collapses?
The shop around you suddenly feels ancient, damp and saturated by the coastal air. The books are rotting, a great cold lives here. And there, too, 1,200 meters away on the urban coast. The dark shape of a church is reflected on the water, calling. Take me to church, I worship like a dog at the shrine of your lies. I'll tell you my sins so you can sharpen your knife. Offer me that deathless death, and good God, let me give you my life. We did see a man who warped reality around him. Maybe he warps the flow of money in the area so it all goes towards him. Yes, capitalism is the cause of this curse. I like the way you think. Oh, I know what I wanted to do before I did anything else. I knew there was something in my brain. There was a thing that I wanted to do, and I did not do it. So let's do it. Volition check. Slipstream SCA. Never mind. No, hold on. The last thing you need in your life is more hysteric emotions. Forget it. Find something else to do. Should have gone for the chat boost, but I decided not to, because I wanted to come over here instead. Because I do have a skill point that I can spend. And there's 2 checks here. That one is Viz Calc. Wouldn't have mattered. Well. This one is Perception. Let's put another point into Perception, especially since this is the most I can get out of it, sadly. So because of that, I'm gonna save, because I really don't want to lock this. I might, yeah, because of the learning cap, I might save scum here because I really don't want to be unable to get past this door. Give me a Motorix buff, please, good heroes of the chat, for I am in desperate need of deliverance from the woeful talentlessness of mine hands and eyes. 58% chance. Please! Oh. No, I can't. I can't, though. Because I won't be able to unlock that check again. I have to fucking save scum this. Unless I want to commit to not accessing this area. And I don't want to do that. I mean, I could take... Because in order to up your Motorix learning caps, you need to do speed, and we'd already decided that we didn't want to do that in this playthrough. We want to avoid the harder drugs. I'm just doing the occasional cigarette. Maybe a bottle of booze, but yeah, no, I've gotta. Thank you. There's a secret door hidden behind the panels of Eternite. That's why they're too orderly. Pull the panels aside. There it is. You see a shabby little door. Like, I'm all for playing fair on the white checks that are just little bits of dialogue here and there, but if they lock off an entire area, it's too much.
What is this, then? A tool shed? Let's investigate.
You're a tool shed. Kim's not a tool shed. A silver plate with traces of bone-yellow powder. Be still, my beating heart. It's amphetamine! Sweet amphetamine! Sweet amphetamine! Bop, bop, bop! Sorry. The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror, he's studying you. I wasn't thinking about taking it, I swear. I was thinking about justice.
Of course, detective. Swift justice. Don't worry, we don't have to investigate every trace of narcotics.
The lieutenant points to the ladder in the corner. Yeah, swift, lightning justice. Harder, faster, justicer.
See that ladder there? It's probably another way into the industrial harbor, no? A secret path the local kids use.
Harder, better, faster, justicer. The poster says, get out of the way or get fucked up. That's actually a Faln slogan from an aggressive youth-oriented campaign. Cured pig's head. It looks mummified. An empty tube of magnesolam magnesium supplement. Shame it's empty. And we can go up this ladder. And that leads us to this space here, which is quite a lot. Physically speaking, there's not a lot of stuff here, but it's... you get quite a lot of places to walk. This doorway is going to collapse soon. Restoration pillars keep the ruins together. Money. Postcard. Those are fed. Some graphical issues, if you saw there. More money, more money. And yeah, we're on top of the little harbour way station building. If you access this here before you get past Measurehead, there is a check you can do to jump down to here and bypass Measurehead altogether. If you don't want to either punch him or be a racist. So, the two Measurehead options are punch him or subscribe to his racism theory. Basically, if you can't beat him, join them, personified. But you can take a third option by coming through here. Is the jump the neutral option? I suppose it is. 9 out of 10 alchemists jump across the building. I don't feel like punching a racist, but I don't feel like being a racist either. No, it's not really that. It's a matter of your skills. Like, I used the jump option when I didn't have the physique necessary to beat up Measurehead. I would have happily beat up Measurehead if I could. I just, you know, weren't allowed. Ooh, this is unlocked. Adding my perception has unlocked this. I like it. I like this part. I've seen this before. You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic. Why am I looking at this? Cop habit. You look at everything. This isn't case-related, do you think? What kind of vehicle drove through here? Hard to say. Reconstruct the movement. Give me some brain power, chat friends. A little bit of intellect. $58, good. Nope, these tracks are not interesting at all. Let the street sweeper just sweep them away. Boo boo. God, we are having a bad run at the minute. It seems to come in waves. Either we're passing every roll in a row, or we start failing, and then we start failing every little thing. It's gonna be all shite. So what can we get here?
You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep browsing those clothes. Keep saving that economy.
If he really wants to save the economy, he'd let you pay with net worth. No. That gives you some composure. That's not too bad. I might want that.
The shine on...
We have +1 perception, the sports visor. I want that, because perception has...
Sporty and practical.
Yeah, I'll take that for 6 real.
Everything still only the coolest goods. Anything. Me? It's very cool. Me?
Yeah, I don't get why my savoir-faire
only
keeps
the
talking about selling in net worth.
Anything for only the coolest.
Maybe it's through the
goods
discount
and
one.
No need
Nope.
for anything for you.
I don't know. Savoir-faire keeps giving me a hint that doesn't actually translate to gameplay there. Bit confusing. And I think eventually I'm gonna need the tape player from the pawn shop, so I might go grab that now, just so that I have it when I need it, because I know I'm gonna need it.
And here you are, quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything, wherever. Turn any tape into a conversation of sounds and shapes.
Thank you.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
The boombox I bought, it should play this tape, right?
Of course. It's in working order still, isn't it? Just pick your tape and set it spinning. Sure, let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Yes, I'd like to sell all of these postcards that aren't worth very much, but still. We can actually get 10 real for the production schedule, but the postcards are the useless ones, so we'll pawn them. Keep the rifle, keep the photo, keep the production schedule.
Another time, perhaps.
Dig up a cool figurine in the box under the table. Do I have anything for my interfacing? I think I do. Yeah, put these gloves on. We're starting to get a properly good array of clothing now. Right, yeah, chat boost, chat boost. Motorix! Get my motor running, please! Though we cannot head out on the highway just yet. It's still blocked off. But we can look for adventure. Or whatever comes our way, really. I wouldn't consider myself a naturist child, though. I was mostly born for staying indoors and playing video games. Why, what's this? A headless man riding a horse! A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say, Faun. What's this? What's this? This man, he has no head. What's this? What's this? Now shouldn't he be dead?
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider.
Who?
The Headless Phone Rider.
I heard you, but...
It's an urban legend.
Oh.
About a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting a fawn tracksuit. As you see, he's missing his head.
Please, sir, for me, sir, won't you see if you see, sir? Oh dear, I dread, I seem to have lost my head. I think I left it about. It fell to the ground and I kicked it around. Has anyone seen? No need to be mean, my bloody fat ugly head. Please, miss, for me, sis, won't you see if you see, sis? It's got black hair and is rolling about in the square. I'm really not totally sure, but I think that it might have rolled into the store. Has anyone seen? No need to be mean, my bloody fat ugly head.
$50. Bargain price. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something. That part of the story has many interpretations.
50 cents, that's a steal. I imagine the head's worth a good 10 real.
Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky?
No.
Always carry it with you.
Nothing will go wrong from my owning of this. This plastic headless Faun rider sits atop his equally plastic bull, his posture indicating either desperation or pride. Comes as a set with the infamous Faun cap for which he lost his head. The head is not included. We could move to the Hardys or the lorry workers, but I wanted to go to Joyce, just for the purpose of doing a bit more of the reality lowdown before I get too deep into the main story of the other two.
It is such a pleasure to see you again, officer.
We still cannot ask again for the I really want that sandwich.
Officer! God damn it. Pull yourself together, René. What do you want?
This man seems to be experiencing a mild to medium level of congestive heart problems, either due to the narrowing of the arteries or high blood pressure. Is there anything you can tell me about this antique rifle?
It's a Bell McGrave. 4.46 caliber. Breech loading. Revachol made. Good weapon. Accurate and reliable. This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her?
In the basement there.
I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. Back in the day, everyone had something stashed away. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM-446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find.
That's real good news for our investigation. Well, not impossible to find, but rather, when we do find it, it narrows it down a whole wank load of a lot. If anybody wasn't there for the moment in which we discovered this, the Hanged Man was actually shot in the head by a bullet that matches a rifle very much like this one. The one we have doesn't work, but if we find one that does, then we pretty much have the murder weapon because of how rare they are. And the hanging seems to have been done to obscure the true nature of the crime. So that's curious, isn't it? Where the hell's Kim? Kim! Timothy! Hello? Oh, there you are. What's that about? I don't know what happens if you talk to someone while Kim is in the party but has gotten stuck. I assume that he just gets his lines even though he's not there, but I'd be worried about it soft locking the game. So
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
existence.
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
So we've got 5 things here. I said we'd do them in like groups of 3 or 2. So what is this acute encephalopathy? What is this acute encephalopathy? So the problem I'm having is that I go to say encephalopathy. It's that P. That P there is the landmine as far as my pronunciation abilities are concerned. What is acute encephalopathy?
It's a neurological disorder
Yay.
caused by lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include a retrograde amnesia. It's quite serious. You should get yourself checked out.
What causes encephalopathy?
Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
Oh, it's probably from surgery then.
That seems unlikely.
What this boils down to is this reality thing is stupid. Blow this joint, grab a bottle, and drain that shit right down your throat. And then when you've finished, blow another joint. But like, you know, one that makes you happy.
Yes, and perform autoerotic asphyxiation on yourself with your funny necktie! Out in the open somewhere! Wait. This reality thing is the only game in town. It's probably in your interest not to blow it. Okay, snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Can I get the necktie line to play again? I'd like to get the actual VO for it.
It's a neurological... Well, that seems...
What this boy...
Yes, and perform autoerotic asphyxiation on yourself with your funny necktie out in the open somewhere.
There we go.
Wait. This reality thing is the only game in town. It's probably in your interest.
I have somewhere to party right now.
Of course. Well, I'll be here if you need me.
Just leave mid-conversation. Alright.
You're back. More lessons in basic reality?
This one...
My favourite part of the day.
It's a lot less likely
Go
to
ahead,
succeed than the
ask
other
me
one.
anything.
Esprit de corps. What is... Think of something close to you. Can y'all give me a psyche boost to my brain? Use the power of your goodwill and kindness to reach through the screen and change my mind. Oh, for God's sake. It remains a mystery what you mean by this something close. This isn't about you. It's about reality. Fine, we'll skip it for now. I want to know what you are. She hums. She won't maneuver her way out of this one. What are you?
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants.
She says with a sudden flash of teeth.
I am an ultra.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine. Wait, she's got an entire dog in her mouth! Must be a chihuahua. Either that or she's, like, massive. Also, ew! Poor puppy, get him out! Oh, you mean the teeth? Okay. It's sharp. Dios mío! A liberal! Wait, what's an ultra?
An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the revolution. It's, not the moderate kind.
Dios mío!
Yes. I am the nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. I pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. My kind surrendered the nation to financial colonists. I can see you thought we'd gone extinct. After all, no sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. You're a man of the left, no? Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, are you repulsed?
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride. How do we feel about Joyce Messier, friends? We call her a monster? Do we forgive her? Do we forgive her because she's charming, or do we simply not care? You monster!
That's a pity. I hope we can remain collegial, despite the fact that I'm a high priestess of the capital. Don't take it personally. It was only business, as they say.
That's a shame. I wonder if the voice actor fucked that up, or if whoever wrote her script did. She should say a high priestess of capital, not high priestess of the capital. That completely changes the sound of the sentence.
Honestly, I may have even preferred it, had the communards won.
Oh, you're just saying that because you're talking
Who
to me.
knows? They might really have built something better. But they didn't, because they lost. When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed.
She turns her gaze to the Delta. Would you have done something differently?
With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery.
While a gentle wind sweeps the streets in the rebuilt east, light drizzle washing it clean, lights go up and motor carriages circulate the tracks.
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake.
She realizes her small, cold fists are clenched. She loosens them.
Then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isola down rather than let them have it.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes, an oil fire on the ocean. You're a patriot?
Yes, I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
Seditious talk, man.
I don't know that I want to call her a smart woman for that, but because it's not... Like, it adds to the discussion, like, that's not the conclude option.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
You have daughters.
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother. And a wife. Now, shall we return to reality?
What is this? Spread your hands.
A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions?
Am I really that awkward?
Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games.
I meant, what is this place here?
Ah. This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot. Or two.
What is Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A?
A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old.
I'm basically watching Nulai interact with Juliet. Make it stop. I mean, the political ideology is a bit less thunderous, isn't it? Fuck.
This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course.
Who lived in them?
Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Yeah, still 3 to 6 left, right?
Splat, splat.
From a dilapidated balcony, Cindy the Skull gives Joyce the evil eye, her red paintbrush held to her throat.
Wonderful.
What is that? Point to Cindy.
The girl in the old lady rags?
Yes.
Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture.
Infraculture?
Yes. You and I belong to the supraculture.
Uh-huh.
We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture.
I understand everything. Make it more complicated somehow.
I can't. That's how simple it is. One may dye their hair green and wear their grandma's coat, all they want. Capital has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself. Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it instead.
I'll have you know that my criticisms of the capitalist system are very, very resonant, and my entire community believes in them, which is why they're all subscribed to my Twitch channel. Hang on. Shit.
All right. What next?
What is... Reach for something fundamental. Hello. What is... let's get a conceptualization buff. We've got a pretty good chance already, but it doesn't mean I couldn't stand to have more. Intellect is the skill that I need a little teensy bit more of before I hit this button. $83, very good. Don't fail me now, dice. What is all of this? The scent, the sound, the air. What world is this?
What world? The only one, I suppose.
Right.
The world of matter. And its pale antipode.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water. What do you see?
Great bodies of water. Forest-covered surfaces. Clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough.
Goodness gracious. Great bodies of water. My God, we did. Look at that. 20 versus 20. But yeah, the whole point of this check is that you can't... It's 6 plus 6 equals 12, right? That's your maximum. Alongside whatever your stat is. And say your stat is 6. 12 plus 6 is 18. And yeah, you could... There's no... Yeah, you can put 12 points into one skill if you're really stupid. So you could potentially, all on your own, have a conceptualization potential of 12 plus and basically do that modifier for you. But even then, you'd have to roll well to get the success, and you'd be wasting so many points. So this check is functionally, though not completely, designed to only be passable with the plus 12 modifier of doing the jamais vu thought. Clothes, that's a good point. A frisson lifts the hair on the back of your arm. Wind sweeps the surface of the bay. The wind is sweeping the waters. The world is a suzerainty of Revachol.
There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included.
What is it?
Elysium.
This world does not deserve a term of endearment. This world needs a term of endearment. What do we think? Optimism or pessimism, friends? Go with your heart. I'll choose if I have to at the end. So who's our sad sack? I can think of 2 people who would have picked this option, but only one of them voted. Well, one of them's not here. Snip, I assume you're our sad sack. The world needs a term of endearment.
It does. There are those who would call it hell.
What is hell?
A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists.
I don't feel like I've got the whole picture yet.
Oh, you want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit.
How come?
Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways.
Inside sideways? What shape is this world, then?
We used to think it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s.
ORG. Occident, Revachol, Grad.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big 3 scientific contributors, they're piecing together a dark grey corona.
Oh! Elaborate?
Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface.
What does?
There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
A cold fear seeps into you. Oh my god, wait. What the hell are you telling me?
You seem to be spooked. Please don't be.
Her voice becomes homely, calm. She lets a moment pass. The pale? What do you mean, corona?
They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothingness. I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here.
I've been sitting on this for a while, but when Sam typed encephalopathy into my chat, I didn't respond to it because I was like, I don't think he's right. I don't think he's right. That's not a that C would be a soft sound. That wouldn't be a hard K sound. No, Sam can't be right. That can't possibly be right. But I didn't want to get into it with him, so I didn't mention it. I just wanted to wait until Joyce said it to see if it supported him or it supported me. And if it supported him, I just would have continued to notice nothing. But because it supported me, I'm going to go with it's a common mispronunciation. If a mispronunciation becomes common enough, then it becomes the pronunciation. That's how language works. It is not a rule book that we are forced to follow. The purpose of language is to be understood. So long as you're being understood. Yeah, aluminum. Yeah, aluminum. I don't say aluminum, but I'm not here to yell at the people who do.
But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound.
However, I do get angry at disorientated. But it's not really because I think it's wrong. It's because I think it's ugly. Disoriented and disorientated are both acceptable variations of the same word. I just think disorientated has a worse sound to it. I don't like it. Every time I hear it, I go, ugh. Not because of some language purist gatekeeper, just because my ears don't like hearing that extra syllable in there. It's aesthetics. So I do get annoyed with that one, but... Does it disorient me? So that's worse. That's worse. If you leave off the duh, if you change the tense, then it becomes even more egregious to me, but nonetheless. A fractured corona doesn't feel like it's gonna bring anyone together. Oh no. Jesus.
You have misimagined it.
Oh, have I?
I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. It's
also seen in the term cephalopod. You don't call them cephalopod. Don't you? That's what I would have called them. I don't know what a cephalopod is, but if I saw that word written, that's how I'd say it. Again, it sounds ugly.
It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it.
Well, if you say it's disco.
See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its opportunities.
The cold seeps into you. The air is heavy with 80% humidity. Suddenly you're conscious of yourself standing there on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your sides. Yeah, but the disco part was keeping with Superstar, so... You said pale. What is pale?
The pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality.
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today. We do have a case to attend to.
Yeah, it was more that the commie line was like being dismissive of disco in a way that I didn't want to be. If the lines were sort of independent of each other, then that would be fine. But because it was, I can either say disco without, I can either say pro-disco without being anti-communist, or I can be pro-communist while being anti-disco. It's like I'm going to pick the option that avoids speaking ill of the things that my character is happy with.
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else.
I don't want to. I want to know what the pale is.
I don't think your colleague would appreciate that.
Oh?
He has already been so patient with this whole exercise. Let's continue with something else, all right? You can ask about anything else in the world. Anything.
Ask for Kim to step away while you discuss the Pale. There's two ways to get this. Talk to Joyce about the Pale without Kim. You can either use that check, or you can, wait till nighttime. You can always wait till nighttime if we need to, but we'll give this check a go. It's a volition check, so it is psyche-based. Broaden the horizons of my mind with the click of a button. It's also a very easy check, especially because Kim trusts us. Good idea. Just ask him. He won't make a scene. Kim, can I talk to the ma'am alone for a second?
Fine.
He steps away with his notes. See? What can he do? You're a grown man. Now, what is the Pale?
Are you sure you're sure? Your colleague seemed adamant.
Yes. What is the Pale?
Okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass.
Wait, and what is an isla?
Isla is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the Pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we have discovered 7. Mundi, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde.
And Insulinda is...
An oceanic isla. It comprises mostly of water. Muindi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? Each is perishing and dear.
So you have to look at it as... It's continents, but with an extra level. Our planet, Earth, the continents are land, and they are surrounded by water, and water is the default. If there is no land, then there is water. This world has an extra level of substance, or absence. Pale. So an isla, where continent refers to a landmass, isla refers to a not pale mass. You got your water as well. And on the boundaries, everything falls away to pale. What is the Pale like?
Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The Pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness.
Is it here?
No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You are in the middle of the isla.
As your gaze instinctively turns north, a small black pit opens up in your stomach. 6,000 kilometers from the end of the world.
Yes. That is enough. Many cities are built much closer.
And there?
An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. A great vision. The area of transition between the world and the Pale is called Porch Collapse.
The area of transition between the world and the Pale is called... Thank you for the incredibly timed follow, Donkey Paunch Bandit. Porch Collapse.
Imagine a grey coronal mist, cold vapour, marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism. A mould that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's the most disco thing you will ever see.
You hear your pulse rise. The air feels caustic and cold suddenly. What are its physical qualities?
It's difficult to describe, or even measure.
Oh.
Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic.
It's like Limbo in Planescape, except without substance.
The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension, right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible.
That's a really easy sentence to write, but my god, what an impossible thing to depict. How can you show a state of existence where the sciences stop being true? If we're surrounded by Pale, how do you get from Isola to Isola?
Oh, it is so difficult for us.
Her lungs deflate, her words sound like a sigh.
It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost, or having our minds damaged.
Pale can damage the mind.
Extensively.
How?
Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter. They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past.
So what they've basically done is that they've taken some of the more mind-bending properties of certain spatial phenomena, and they've thought, what would it be like if those concepts existed on the planet? What does this over-radiation feel like?
It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of Pale exposure per year.
It's more for her. Way more. You're not a civilian passenger.
No, nameless detective of the Citizens Militia. I am a member of the Entropanetic Business Class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually.
Are you over-radiated?
Up to my gills, officer.
An acidic smile on her lips. It's getting worse. Every year. What is entropanetic?
Entropanetics is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of Grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain.
Did they cross it? The Western Plain?
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years.
What has Entropanetics changed then?
Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale.
Huh.
The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later.
Right. You want to go through it as fast as possible, so you can be there as little as possible. Aerostatic craft.
Hybrid airships, detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end, if we throw them precisely.
Right. Because you can't use engines when there's no atmosphere. You have to... you have to slingshot your ships. You have to apply all that force in the opening sally when they're still in stuff. and have to hope you aimed so that they land in stuff. Because in the middle, they will be frozen in the direction that they're going, at the speed that they're going, and absolutely nothing will affect them. So if you don't aim right... Ooh.
Then they don't.
Gone. Like a skipping stone beneath the surface. How much pale is there compared to the world?
The pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping.
Slipping how? To our detriment, or...?
What do you think, Detective?
What do we think, chat? Are we reclaiming reality from the pale? Or is the pale ever growing, ever encroaching, stealing our everything from us 1 millimeter at a time? You're undecided now, so what are you gonna do? It's growing. There is more and more of the pale. It'd be nice if one was true, huh? This game does an incredible, unmatched job at making you feel. As she tells you this, goes into every last scrap of detail about it, you really feel like you're living in a world in which that matters. And so you get to this question and you just really, really hope that it's option number 1. Because you sort of forget. You just forget, briefly in the surface of your mind, that it doesn't actually matter to you. Your apocalypses are of a different stripe. There is no pale, it's not real. But it's painted in such a perfect little picture. And the sense of encroaching dread. And it starts with fascination. She talks about this amazing phenomenon that we don't have. You want to know all about it. And then it just gets more sinister. It's growing. There is more and more of the pale.
Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate.
Keeps on expanding and expanding.
An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists.
Cover everything? Well, that can't be. Where would we go?
Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge.
If you had asked me in late 2019 when this game came out, how well I believed what she said there, I would have said, look, it's possible. But I hold out hope that if a major threat really was beating down our doors as a human race like that, that we wouldn't bury our heads in the sands of ignorance.
I suggest you do the same.
Off we go. You see the hanged man's mouth open. Off we go into the wild pale yonder.
One and all. They say pale is death, but for the universe.
The Pale is slowly isolating everything. Oh, so you mean that the Isolas are adrift? Getting pushed, not getting eaten. Why should we just leave and leave, and the world get left behind? Let's return to reality, please.
Yes, sweet reality. But before we do, tell me, Detective, is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything?
I sometimes sense vague shadows of a past, and it's not good.
Then tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
Holy shit! It's terrifying. You were right. It's disco. It will end all life. That we continue to persist at all is a testament to our faith in one another. Its advance can only be stopped with immediate, total, and ruthless communism. A powerful anti-communist force, perhaps too powerful, but still. They have it coming. They have it coming. They only have themselves to blame. If you'd have been there, if you'd have seen it, I bet you would have swallowed the universe with the power of your all-encroaching nothingness the same? I'm worried, I have to say. Doesn't sound very liberal to me. I don't know how you've survived with it. It's a huge accomplishment. Who am I to think anything of that? Well, we're not going with 6 or 7. But they're not all political points here, so it's not an easy 5 because we're a communist. I'm going to let you guys weigh in. I may not necessarily pick the highest one here. I just want to see what people like out of these options. You can't vote 2. Curious. Well, 2, 5, 8, and 9. Oh, you didn't have the screen space. If you would have voted 2, then someone else clearly did. And I don't mind that one. I want to see it, actually. I'm gonna do this again because I want to look at it on my Twitch page to see how it looks if my votes break too. No, I guess it's because I have the screen space. I have pretty large monitors. I'm not really doing this as a real vote. That time 40, 40, 20. Well, I'm gonna go with 2. I'm gonna say you were right. It's disco. Her eyes tense. Crow's feet radiate from them. She observes you, your bloodshot eyes and swollen face. Your ailing constitution, sweaty forehead, the beads there, and your heavy breathing.
You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then...
This investigation will be my masterpiece. The one they remember me by. I promise.
I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi. I ran a check on him and he is very competent. In the meanwhile, you have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time.
She gives you a slight bow.
Good. You have not passed out from it. Perhaps I worried for nothing. Are we still on the reality lowdown, or should we do actual police work now?
That was fucking insane, Kim.
Yes, well, the rest of us have dealt with it for thousands of years, so...
He looks around, a little uncomfortable now. It's interesting, this. The game, the way Kim talks about it, it kind of sounds like he doesn't want her to tell you because he's concerned what it will do to you to learn all of that. And that is part of it. But he is willing to let you have that conversation as a grown adult, as the game said, if you ask him to leave. But he'll leave. he won't be there for it, knowing full well that it's going to happen. So in the end, while I don't want him to learn about this, is a big factor in his let's not talk about the Pale. I think it's interesting insight to his character because it's implied that more than that, he doesn't want to talk about it. Yeah. He doesn't want to stand there and dwell on it. He's a moralist. Practically minded man. Kim is interested in the things that he can do, the things that he can work on and fix. Pale's just too much. Kim can't fix the Pale, Kim can't help the Pale, Kim can't serve a purpose. So he'll leave that one. You will have to deal with it too, the lieutenant thinks. This is why I did not want you to know. Right. Let's get to work, Lieutenant.
Good luck, detectives. You're back. Good.
That said, we
What
had
can I
more
help you
Everard stuff with Joyce.
Hmm.
Everard asked me to open a door.
A referral, you mean? I take it this was for someone in the RCM. Don't answer that.
No, I mean a real door, like to someone's house.
Oh my. A real door?
The lieutenant says nothing, but you hear the nylon of his jacket rustle as he looks at you. It helped scare someone for Mr. Clare.
My. What I'm hearing is you inspected a premises because you suspected that it was involved in the narcotics trade. And in the process, you turned up some information relevant to your investigation. Only from Everard, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Frankly, what was done was not pretty at all, but neither was it illegal, and it was not for nothing.
He turns to you.
I advise you to be very selective with what information you choose to share. This may have consequences beyond our line of sight.
What do we tell her? The Union's militant wing did the lynching. Wild Pines sent mercenaries after the Union and now one's dead. Everard said fully cooperate, or he didn't seem worried. I think didn't seem worried is a good one. Everybody wants me to say the mercenaries. Alright, we'll confront her on the mercenaries.
The company did not send mercenaries after the Union. I told you in great detail about the mistakes my side made. And of course, I accept them completely. I just hope you don't share Everard's view on things. After all, as he said, one's dead now. The Pines certainly hasn't killed any of theirs.
He asked the Union's militant wing to fully cooperate.
How benevolent. Hopefully they'll help you sort this whole business out, if they haven't already.
We cannot discuss the specifics of an ongoing investigation, ma'am. Besides, you haven't exactly been forthcoming yourself.
That is only fair.
I've said all I can. I'm not going to tell her that I think the lynching was a cover-up.
Well, I hope it yields something. Otherwise, you'll have opened that door for naught. Anything else?
He didn't seem at all worried about the whole conflict that's developing.
I wouldn't have taken Everard for a saber rattler. Was he surrounded by Union men he wanted to impress?
He wasn't trying to impress anyone. I think he wants things to escalate.
Or he wants you and me to believe he wants to go to war.
There's always that risk, ma'am. But if I may offer my opinion, he means it.
Kim's right. I'm pretty sure he meant it.
I'll think it over, Detective. Thank you for relaying this information to me.
I will tell her that the militant ring organized the lynching.
Yes, that's the talk about town.
Because that's not news.
The Hardy Boys, they're called. Find the name rather amusing, honestly.
But I think telling her that we found a bullet in his head might cause some problems.
What you've said is quite enough. You've given me a lot to consider.
Oh, good.
And may have helped me prevent this conflict from escalating.
He asked me to deliver an envelope.
Sounds like he has you running errands, Detective. A well-established dominance ritual. Where did he have you deliver it?
To a nameless settlement down the coast nearby.
Ah, yes. I've been meaning to go there.
With longing. Clear and simple longing. Strange. Why does she want to go there? He wants to build a youth centre for the children of Martinez.
A youth centre with Edgar Clare's statue on top of it.
Her eyes ran across the water, remorsefully.
Go ahead. Help him. Make it so. I have no power to stop him.
Go ahead. Help him. Make it so. I am also Patrick Stewart.
You're quite fond of this village, aren't you?
I should be. In my youth, I had a brief dalliance here in Martinez. He was an older man with impossibly broad shoulders. He's probably dead by now. Even his shack is long gone. Not that it matters. These buildings are all carbon copies of one another.
You've been to Martinez before?
Yes. I was slumming it with some girlfriends of mine. We had boats and... Don't hold it against me. My paramour certainly did not.
Sounds like you miss those times.
Not overly so. It's not like this was the only place we visited. Me and my girlfriends from Azon with our shiny boats. Like reavers. We told ourselves we were the worst thing to happen to the coast since the Coalition landed in '08. Imagine.
If you say so.
I'm over-radiated, Detective. I do silly things sometimes, out of Pale-related sickness. Like take this job. The moral of the story is, do not spend 22 days a year in Pale transit. Don't waste your 20s slumming it with your stupid friends. And don't deliver Everard Clare's mail.
Her bony finger is pointed like an arrow at your chest.
Are you satisfied, Detective? What else can you tell me about your mail delivery quest for Everard? Do you think it will improve the place?
STEW. You're gonna want to fix that typo because if the quotes pile up behind it, you'll regret it forever. She's pointing it quite hard in there. Feels like a knife. So you're sad you can't buy the place?
Yes. I'm sad I'll never have the time, Detective. I've always wanted a dilapidating fishing village.
She's more defensive about it than usual.
Full of ghosts and ancient memories. Has this errand yielded you any information?
No.
Of course, Detective. You can always drop by later, should something come up.
That is Joyce. What else have we got now? There's the lorry drivers. And there is the Hardy Boys. But I'm thinking this is probably enough for today, given there's 15 minutes left and this game tends to take a solid longer time than that to do major conversation. Like, I don't want to do half of the lorry drivers today, and I don't want to do some of the Titus Hardy conversation. I'd rather that be more focused when I'm not going to play this again for another week. So I'm going to call that a solid amount of progress and save the game. We got day 3 started and we got through the lowdown reality stuff. There's one reality lowdown bit that we didn't get to do because we failed the check, but that's not super important. And we learnt about the Pale, which is one of my favourite things in this game, that Pale conversation. It's just such a ridiculous layer to add to the game. And something that you don't notice until you get told about it, because the game is set ages away from actual Pale. Alright, I'll catch you guys next time. I will be playing Final Fantasy XIV tomorrow, as we do not have Vampire this week, but Disco Elysium will come back next Saturday, right on schedule, when we will finally talk to Titus Hardy and his boys, as well as looking into the drug smuggling of the lorries, and whatever arises from those avenues. Fare thee well. Till next time.